It was a rough 10-game trip for the green and gold. 3 wins and 7 losses left Bob Melvin and the boys frustrated, but they showed some fight all the way to the end yesterday in Seattle. Tonight, the A's return home and face the new-look Red Sox. The faces that won them championships haven't changed much, but their lineup has added some thump. Casimir and the A's open up a 6-game homestand versus the Red Sox. Game 1 starts right now. It's good to be home. A's back at the O.K. Coliseum, and Pablo Sandoval back in the Bay Area. Pablo and the Red Sox will take on Scott Casimir and the Athletics tonight. It's the first of a 3-game series from the O.K. Red Sox Athletics coming up on Comcast Sportsnet California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. We are indeed glad to be back at the Coliseum. Now, Red Sox in town and a lot of new players, Ray. It's interesting. They won it all in 2013, had a bad year last year, and then this year, boy, they really turned over their roster. Yeah, they spent a lot of money doing it, but they definitely improved their offense. You look up and down and what they did to add to the club offensively, and, of course, with the pitching on top of it, and we'll see one of those guys tonight. But really, Kuiper, all those additions you really cannot forget about. Dustin Pedroia, great at second base. He's healthy. David Ortiz and Mike Napoli. So there's a great addition, but the 3 mainstays are back. This is a pretty good ball club. It's surprising they are where they are right now. The A's really struggled in Seattle. They got swept, but Marcus Semien, he was kind of the Lone Ranger. He really had a nice series. He was 7 for 13, had a 2-homer game, and well, he continues to impress the A's all around. You know, the one thing he says, I just want to get better and better each game, and he's doing that. He's going to play better defensively, but what he did yesterday, very rare that you hit 2 home runs against King Felix Hernandez, but that did happen. Unfortunately, the A's hit 3 solo home runs, 2 by Marcus Semien, but he is going to be a much better shortstop. He's playing exclusively at that position, and because of that, he's going to get better and better every day, like he says. Good pitching matchup. Scott Casimir and Rick Porcello will square off, and something's got to give tonight. A's have lost 5 in a row. Red Sox have lost 7 out of 9, so a couple of struggling teams trying to get rolling. We'll have lineups at first pitch. When we come back, it's the Athletics and the Red Sox from the Coliseum. Stick around.
brought to you by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. By Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places. And by DraftKings.com. Play daily fantasy baseball for free on DraftKings.com with the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Enter promo code SLIDER for free entry.
Now the A's take the field, and they are set to go back home here at the O.co Coliseum. It's game one of this three-game series with the Boston Red Sox in town. Let's check out the game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, the admission-free boardwalk. Visit online for park hours at beachboardwalk.com. Chilly night, 57 degrees and breezy. So really it's been, from what we understand, cool in the Bay Area for a while now.
It's beautiful.
We were out on the road.
We'll take it.
Lineup tonight for the Boston Red Sox. Mookie Betts, good-looking young player in center field. Dustin Pedroia at second. Then it's the big guys in the middle. Ortiz, Ramirez, Napoli, Sandoval. Victorino just off the disabled list. He'll be in right field. Xander Bogaerts, the young shortstop, and a young catcher, Blake Swihart.
Scott Kazmir will start the homestand for the Athletics. First of this series against the Red Sox. A lot of starts against Boston throughout his career. And tonight he'll make his 7th start on this season for the Athletics, coming off not necessarily a great start. That was against the Twins in his last one. He'll try to do much better tonight against that crew right there. So a couple of new guys to the Red Sox in the opener of this series.
So the Red Sox, interesting team this year with all those additions. Struggling in the early going. So Mookie Betts steps in, and we are set for baseball. With the A's trying to break a 5-game losing streak. Kazmir's first pitch is at the knees for a strike. So we're underway.
First pitch, 7:07.
Dick Callahan says 7:07. Time of first pitch. So Kazmir against Porcello in the first of this 3-game set.
You're right about this young man, Betts. He has had a very good rookie season. It's John Farrell. There's a new pitching coach to the left. That is Carl Willis, who took over just yesterday, as a matter of fact. There's the veteran Carl Willis, great pitcher for the Twins. Always rubbed his chin, under his neck. I always wondered why he did that. But now he was been with Eric Wedge and the Indians for many years.
There he has it. Fires in time to get the speedy Betts, and that's the first out of the ball game. So 1 out. And Dustin Pedroia steps in to hit. Let's check out the A's defense. Chris Burns and Reddick in the outfield. Laurie Simeon, Sogard Davis on the infield, and Stephen Vogt is your catcher. So Pedroia steps in. The Red Sox are 14-17 on the year. They come in 5.5 games behind the Yankees in the East. They're 7-8 on the road, and as I mentioned in the open, they have lost 7 out of their last 9. So got off to a pretty good start, but have struggled since then. Vic Carapazza is calling balls and strikes tonight.
And he's into it. He's got a great strike call.
1-2 the count to Pedroia, with Ortiz waiting in the on-deck circle.
David Ortiz, who is in the on-deck circle, the veteran, as well as Dustin Pedroia. There is the veteran Big Poppy. Evidently had a players-only meeting in Toronto and came out yesterday, scored 4 in the first inning, big 3-run home run by Mike Napoli. But he said the biggest play of the game was David Ortiz finding a double play to be turned by hustling down to second base, so the big man get motoring. And if you had the large one charging at you'd make a bad throw also, probably, and
probably screaming as he gets close to you.
But it happened. But sometimes those meetings turn out to be very, very good, and that one was.
Red Sox lost 2 out of 3 in Toronto, 3 here in Oakland, and then 4 in Seattle. So this is the longest road trip of the year for the Red Sox. Toronto, Oakland, Seattle. So 2-2 the count. Fastball outside, 3-2.
Pedroia fouled back a very good changeup from Scott Kazmir. Kazmir beat the Red Sox bad in mid-June, but his next start came against the team that traded him to the Tampa Bay Rays, the Mets, and did not fare that well in that start. But against the Red Sox, he did well.
This one's popped up. Vogt coming back, and just runs out. That start you're talking about, Ray, was right here, and it was 7 shutout innings against the Red Sox. Really one of his better starts of the year last year. No walks and 8 strikeouts in his career. 9-8 with a 3.98 ERA.
Finished the season with actually first half of the season with 11 wins, made him an all-star. Pedroia a battle, and that's again fouling off some pretty good changeups.
And good fastball, and Pedroia chased it. So 2 outs.
Well, that was it right there, and he did a great job with a hard slider, fastball outside corner. Napoli with a changeup in the dirt got him, and but down he goes. Cardinals came back here, got Napoli again. So excellent start for him as he struck out 8 batters, did not walk one.
So here's David Ortiz. Big shift on, as always, for Ortiz. Grounds one slowly towards second. Sogard charges, flips to first side, retired. So Scott Kazmir has a good first inning. Bottom of the first coming up. No score. Griff, Josh Reddick, there's Billy Butler, the DH, in the cleanup spot. Vogt, Davis, Slory, Simeon, and Sogard round out the Athletics starting lineup.
And you remember him with the Detroit Tigers. As a matter of fact, he pitched well against the Athletics while with the Tigers, but now with the Red Sox. A big trade that we will talk about, but Rick Porcello, a very good curveball, an assortment of pitches, including a good fastball, a couple of different fastballs, cutter, curveball, changeup, and the start he had last year, one that you'd never dream about.
It rolled right through the 8th.
No strikeouts, no walks. It was about an hour and 40 minutes. It seems like it was so fast.
July 1st in Detroit, 4-hit shutout.
But it was like, oh, it just showed up and it's over. But it was that good.
So we say the veteran Porcello, but he's still just 26 years old. He's been around a long time. Came up at a very young age. And last year was his best year. He was 15-13, 3.4 ERA, and he went over 200 innings for the first time in his career.
Well, remember, he first came up. Jim Leyland, the manager of the Tigers at that time, they were so protective that they made sure and didn't overwork him, even per game, as far as the number of innings, number of pitches, and for the season long, definitely not a lot of innings. That was a two-seamer.
And a pitch he throws a lot.
The two-seam fastball.
Defense for Red Sox. Hanley Ramirez is in left. Mookie Betts in center. Shane Victorino in right. Sandoval, Bogarts, Pedroia, and Napoli on the infield. Blake Swihart catching. And here's Coco Crisp. Coco looking for his first hit this year. Porcello's always had the good sinking fastball. Coco to left field. Hanley Ramirez grabs it, 2 outs. So that'll bring up Reddick. Porcello has had at least 10 wins in each of his first 6 seasons before the age of 26. Those are the only other 2 guys that have done that. Bert Blylevic and Dennis Eckersley. Remember, that got to the Indians. He was a youngster as well. So just 26 years old, Rick Porcello. It's a nice thing to do, though. You get traded. Cespedes for Porcello, which is 2 big names. And the Red Sox signed Porcello to a 4-year contract extension. That's good living right there.
Yes, it is.
4 years, $82 million. The extension just signed not long ago.
Well, pitching is a premium. The Red Sox still looking to get quality 5. And Masterson, who pitched tomorrow night, originally a Red Sox to the Indians, now back. Dave Miley. As Clay Buchholz, the A's will miss. There's Masterson. New beard. He was clean shaven. I mean, these different looks. Of course, the Red Sox, I guess you're almost required to have that.
Line drive to left field, a base hit for Reddick.
Well, Hanley Ramirez was playing Billy Burns almost on the line. He was playing so differently. And also playing him that way.
This is that start that we were talking about. And he just rolled right through the lineup. Didn't strike anybody out, and we were out of there in about 2 hours.
No walks, no strikes, no runs, goodbye. Hardly got a chance to have some of the great pie that Jim Price always brings to us.
His career in this ballpark, 6 starts, but just 1 win. Two 2-0 now to Billy Butler. Butler hitting .254, 3 home runs, 16 RBIs. First strike, 92 miles an hour with pretty good movement from Porcello. Defense straightaway for Butler. Porcello's been pitching better. His last 2 starts have been very good. Struggled a little bit early. Had 1 real bad start. He gave up 8 earned runs in 5 innings to the Orioles. That hurts the ERA. On the ground right side, Pedroia. Plenty of time. Side retired. So a 2-out hit by Reddick. That's it for the A's. We're scoreless after 1 at the Coliseum. Redwood. Why Redwood? Visit realstrongredwood.com. Second inning. No score between the A's and the Red Sox. Chilly night at the ballpark. Need a jacket tonight. First pitch to Hanley Ramirez. One of the big additions for the Red Sox. 4-year, $88 million contract to come to Boston. An original Red Sox.
Well, you said a big contract, but also he got bigger.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
Considerably bigger. I mean, at one time, of course, shortstop, and moved back to the outfield where you can afford to put on some extra weight via the weight room. It's definitely buffed up and much bigger than when we saw him play shortstop.
He's playing left field now, and that is the spot he's going to play.
Yeah.
He's an extremely talented player. He just needs to stay healthy, which is tough for him. When he's healthy, he's as good a hitter as most in the American League.
Well, you can see, look at fastball, but great location by Scott Kazmir, unless the front leg kind of wraps the bat a little bit.
Close pitch, 3-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Mike Napoli. He'll be followed by Pablo Sandoval. 3-2 pitch and a pretty good take by Ramirez.
He has to realize there's not a lot of foul territory down in Fenway Park. Whoa, as he found out, bang, right there, dropped the ball, hurt his shoulder, and of course there's maybe about 1.5 feet of foul territory. The line goes down, and he was charging hard, and not a lot of foul territory. You run that hard and you hit the foul line, and it's one thing if there's not a lot of foul territory, but regardless, even here, you're running that hard after a ball, the ball's going to stop you. Remarkably, he wasn't on. Not able to play that long. He's back to the lineup pretty quickly.
And here's Mike Napoli. Napoli hitting .172 with 3 home runs. So a slow start, although he did homer yesterday.
Probably wishes he could play every game in Toronto because he loves Rogers Center. That's where the home run occurred yesterday, the 3-run home run.
2-0 pitch is driven to right. Reddick is right there. He grabs it. So well hit ball by Napoli, but he's retired.
We've seen Mike Napoli with the Angels, the Rangers, the Blue Jays, and Rangers and Red Sox, and he's strong. He can handle a fastball. He can use the whole park. It does not matter where he's hitting because he has power to leave any place.
So here's Sandoval, some cheers, some boos back in the Bay Area. His contract in the offseason, 5 years, $95 million. So the Red Sox hauled the checkbook out this past offseason.
Well, they do print money at Fenway, and evidently they printed a lot in the offseason. That Fenway Park is sold out all the time. They do tours, add seats wherever possible, the monster seats.
Sandoval off to a good start, hitting .306. He's got 3 home runs, 14 RBIs.
It always hit. It's amazing, kind of a magic wand.
One of the concerns, though, for Sandoval is last year batting right-handed, he really struggled. And this year, it's carried over. He's 2 for 28 as a right-handed hitter. Last year, he hit under 200. So he'll try to turn that around. So 2-1 the count.
Good fastball location down in the lower part of the strike zone. I think what the A's are hoping this series against the Red Sox, the same does not happen as was the case the weekend.
Could be 2. Out at second, the turn, and that's a double play. So Kazmir gets the ground ball from Sandoval, 6-4-3 double play, and the Red Sox do not score.
And I'm sure Rick Porcello will not either, as that was a walk-off game winner for the Athletics in Game 2 after they lost Game 1 against the Tigers in the division series. And they came back. Great pitching effort by Sonny Gray. Justin Verlander started. 8 innings for Gray. Stephen Vogt with Porcello coming in to face one batter. Stephen Vogt with the bases loaded, everybody in, and he lined the single to left field, the game winner. And they went back to Detroit, won again, but unfortunately lost games 4 and 5.
Quick 0-2 to Vogt, followed by Davis and Rory here in the bottom of the second inning against Porcello. On the ground, right to the shortstop. Vogt throws out Vogt, 1 away. So, Ray, how do you explain what the Red Sox have done the last 3 years? 2012, they go 69 and 93. 2013, they win 97 games and win the World Series. And they come back last year and go 71 and 91. Last to first to last. That's hard to do.
I can understand 12 because that started in the offseason with the hiring of a certain manager. And then, of course, John Farrell was brought in. And remember, he came from Toronto. He had another year on his contract with the Blue Jays. And they brought him in. And I'll never forget David Ortiz saying that man right there starting spring training, John Farrell, meant so much difference to the ball club. And, of course, they had a bunch of good players. And they won the whole thing. And then fell off the face of the earth last year. So they're trying. Nobody's ever gone last to first to last. Now they're trying to go back to first after the last odd years, I guess you could say. But a lot of talent in 13, and John Farrell was the top, and a lot of credit given to him as far as his ability to handle the Red Sox as well as he did. But I can't explain. I mean, when you, a lot of times if a team wins a World Series, obviously they're playing through October. They have the parades and a lot of things going on, and maybe if they don't perform as well the next year. But I think it's just, I mean, that normally does not happen in a place like Boston.
There's that two-seam fastball with that tailing action, and Davis strikes out.
Now purchase a group of 25 or more in the field level on select games, and everyone, and I mean everyone, in your group will receive an A's replica batting practice pullover. For more information on available games or to book your group jersey day outing, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/jersey.
So 2 away for Laurie. Laurie hitting .254, couple of home runs, 14 RBIs. Of course, it was 2004 when the Red Sox broke that long stretch, 86 years. Won the World Series in 04. They won it again in 2007 and then again in 2013. So they've had a pretty nice, had a pretty nice 10-year run with 3 World Series titles in the stretch.
As I mentioned, the surprise that the Red Sox are never, ever not going to spend money. I mean, if they need players, they have the ability to. They have the Red Sox Nation. I mean, you look at them in the stands here, all the Red Sox, the gear, the caps, the jerseys.
Laurie drives in the right for a hit. So that's hit number 2 for the A's.
Well, we have seen Brett Laurie get on top of high fastballs. We saw it in Texas against Phillies, hitting a double down the right field line, and this one head high, able to get. This is hard to do. Go up and get on top of a ball. Normally that pitch, as they thought Evan Gattis would do it with the Astros, would get under it and pop it up. But you get on top of a ball like that, that's pretty special hitting.
Exmo brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Here's Simeon. Curveball is low. The payroll this year for the Red Sox is $168 million. That's 5th highest in baseball, and they're always going to be in the top 5 of that category.
And then you look at the long-term commitments. That adds up as well.
1-1 the count now to Simeon.
There's 2 of them. There's 3 of them. David Ortiz in the dugout. He's kind of a yearly thing, but they keep saying he can't play, and he just keeps proving them wrong. It's amazing. Big Poppy, the way he continues to play.
Drive to center. That's going back, but he's going to get there. Couple steps from the warning track, makes the catch. Side retired. So Laurie's single, he's stranded, and we're scoreless after 2 here in Oakland. No score, top of the 3rd. A's and the Red Sox. That looks like it's down the left field line.
We got to find the president's suite.
Here.
Yeah, we've been. Yeah, it's the president's suite. We've been talking about the road trip. We have to figure out where it is and kind of send a camera in there to see all the food we've been talking about. Or maybe we can even broadcast from it.
Sure. Victorino reaches for it. It's a little pop-up vote. He is going to have one this time, and he makes the catch for out number 1.
That's great technique by Stephen Vogt, and I say that because you actually hang on to your mask until you're sure you're going to catch the ball. You don't get rid of your mask first because there's always the fear of backing up and running over it. So he holds it in his hand, finds the ball, gets rid of the mask, and catches the ball. You see catchers at times will drop the mask, and then all of a sudden the ball starts floating back, and then they step on the mask. And that's not fun because those masks are very dangerous to step on. Injure yourself seriously. Good technique by Stephen. In a position that he loves, to be behind the plate catcher.
Xander Bogaerts, the young shortstop, shoots one down the right field line. Foul.
And this is the young man that allowed the Red Sox to sign Ramirez and put him in the outfield because Bogaerts can play some shortstop. And so the young man that was traded to the Tigers, who's had some injuries. Glacius, yes, thank you. Who traded him as well because Bogaerts showed that he could play 13, especially down the stretch.
Well, the Red Sox have a nice mix of young and old players. I mean, you have Betts and Bogaerts, and the catcher is a highly thought of player, Swihart. So you have young guys, and you have guys in the middle of their careers, Sandoval and Ramirez, Pedroia, and then you have the real veteran guys, Victorino and Ortiz. And I think that's probably what you'd really like to have if you can pay everybody.
Well, the key is to pay everybody because you have the veterans that you know are going to do the job. Then you have the youngsters that are going to complement the veterans, and as they get better, you kind of turn them over a little bit. So you have an ongoing, especially if you have a farm system, you have an ongoing ability to replenish the supply as players retire.
From what everybody says, the Red Sox do have a pretty good farm system.
Yes, they do.
Bogaerts hitting right at 250 with a home run. Good changeup there from Kazmir.
You know, I think happens, Skype, too. You think of the Yankees and even the Red Sox, that a lot of times they would prefer to mix in just a few youngsters but have a lot of veterans.
Sure.
It's rare to have, as Roger Clemens once said about the Yankees, they don't rebuild, they reload. And that's what teams with money are able to do. I mean, you can take the best free agents and offer them big contracts. And there's our good friend Chili Davis, now the Red Sox hitting coach. He signed a 3-year deal to be their hitting coach. Nice 3 years right here in Oakland. He made it a point quickly going over to talk to his former manager. He's working for the manager, Bob Melvin.
And Chili, before he came to the A's, was in the minor leagues as a coach with the Red Sox.
Yep. Exactly. Brian Butterfield, third base coach, and of course he's been around a long time.
Simeon gets a big hop, throws in time, drops.
Followed the Athletics all season in 2015 with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet. But Brian Butterfield said about Chili Davis, he has a game plan every day. We saw that when he's with the A's. I mean, there is a plan every day against the pitcher you're facing. And here's a third base coach recognizing exactly what Chili's been doing.
Swihart goes after the first pitch, pops out, and that's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Scott Kazmir. Here come the A's at the bottom of the third. for another year. This Friday will be the White Sox in town. So A's White Sox Friday night. You're going to get a ticket in our value deck behind home plate. You're going to get a snap pack hat, and you get a cheer card, and you're going to get a $6 food drink voucher, all for one great price. That's the hat you're going to get. The best deal in Bay Area baseball is Comcast Sportsnet's Authentic Fan Friday. So come on out Friday night. The A's and the White Sox. That is not the snapback cap that'll be given away.
There's group pullovers I see down on the left field line, near the above the walkway. So all those pullovers that people are getting.
It's cold.
Yeah. So they are there. There's right. They're spread out all over. So those are the groups, the pullovers, and nice deal.
Sometimes giveaways are given away at the right time. Tonight would be a good blanket giveaway.
That's tomorrow night. Fleece blanket tomorrow night. Sean Doolittle fleece blanket tomorrow night. So
you'll probably need it.
If you don't have your tickets, get them, because as always they will go fast. But yeah, you could use that fleece blanket. We can use it up here. I'm sure we will have a chance to use it up here.
That lady's got one from last year.
I mean, it's maybe 11 and people acting like it's wintertime because it's cool. It's a little bit cool.
Curve stays high to Sogard. Sogard burns and crisp, bottom of the third.
You know, but anybody listening to us from Boston has to be saying, what are they talking about? They had snow. I mean, they had so many feet of snow throughout this winter.
It's a good call.
And
no sympathy for the good folks in Boston.
I was talking to one of the writers for the Red Sox, said they put so much sand on the field to melt the snow, then they didn't get the sand off the field. I mean, it was unbelievable. They were measuring the height of the snow by the players who played professional baseball and basketball. And you know, the basketball players are not short. They had David Ortiz measuring the snow with his height.
That's not a good sign.
No, that's a lot of snow. And you can imagine as they cleaned the streets and the sidewalks, they piled up even higher. But they were able to get the snow off the field, playing baseball at Fenway.
Ramirez is under it, and Hanley Ramirez has it. So one away here in the bottom of the third.
Okay, evidently, the Panda, who played for the Giants and from Venezuela, had never seen snow until he signed with the Red Sox. Yeah, I mean, it's quite remarkable. He maybe was doing those angels lying down, making
for a little while anyway. Those are always fun to do until you start getting
wet,
full of snow and wet. Yeah. Burns fouls it back. Boston Bruin fan.
Look at Ramirez. Look at this, is where he's playing over here. It's unbelievable. You think they don't have a scouting report on Billy Burns slapping the ball to left field? That's as extreme you'll ever see.
Well, and also, how about the depth of Mookie Betts? That's about as shallow as you'll see a center fielder play.
If he hits the ball straight away center, Billy Burns has a chance for an inside the park home run. With his speed, that would be a thing of beauty. Of course, the advanced scout, we saw him in Boston. There's how shallow he is playing. Great shot there. Advanced scout in Seattle watching the A's. He for the Red Sox is submitting the reports.
So if you look at this defense and you see the way it's lined up, you would want to throw fastballs away to him, right?
That's right. Our fastballs in general. I mean, throwing thing off speed, that allows him to get on front and pull the ball against the defense. Like that. Just happened to be a hard slider in.
There's the breakdown. 15% curveballs, 14% changeups, and that fastball, but the fastball's got a lot of movement.
You add the 2 and the 4 seam to that 59%, and that's why. And he may be throwing one to the lefty right here.
So good battle here. Burns doing his job. He struck out looking in the first inning. Porcello likes to throw that two-seamer in on the hands and get a guy looking, and we see one of those at some point as well. Here's the curveball. A.J. Griffin in the middle.
You know, he was saying it. It's good news because there was some concern when he left the game because of shoulder issues. He said it's tightness, so let's hope that's all it is. He had
bunted in the air. Sandoval bare hands throws, and his throw too late, and that's a two-strike.
Thank you.
Hit for Billy Burns. How about that?
Wow. And really, if you have a two-strike, you try to let it go foul. You're not going to throw him out. And you just hope the spin's going to take it into foul territory, which is a strikeout. But what a surprise. Billy Burns just turned around, dropped it in front of Sandoval, was not going to spin foul. He tried to throw into the dirt. And I think Billy Burns, maybe it worked out for him that he bunted the ball in the air versus on the ground, but shocked everybody. I would say, I know I was shocked. But that's a great play if you can get it down, because then a foul ball, it's a strikeout.
Here's Coco. Sandoval in on the grass, about 2 steps. Coco trying to get that first hit here in 2015. That's a butt attempt, but the ball is through the legs of Swihart as Coco pulled the bat back. Pitch was low and to the backstop, and the A's get a free 90 feet.
And I think all Coco was doing is thinking Billy Burns with a green light might be stealing, and he was just trying to disrupt the concentration of the catcher, and he succeeded. He just let the bat follow the ball back towards the catcher, and Swihart could not handle it. Can try to get his first hit.
And that one almost to the backstop.
They're saying that's a wild pitch.
No, that should be a pass ball.
Wow. What are you looking at if you don't think that's a pass ball? I mean, Swihart would be the first to tell you that really Coco did a great job in taking the bat back, and that was all simply to try to really do what he did, and Billy Burns was able to get to second. That's a horrible call. It's good for the pitcher because when he scores, it's going to be an unearned run because the catcher basically gets the error. Coco normally leads off, and a lot of times you'll see the guys hitting behind him do exactly what he did. So he knows that Burns has the green light, and just trying to see if he's going to take off on the first pitch.
Bogart's right behind Burns, trying to keep him close. And let's bounce slowly towards second. Big hop for Pedroia, and that's out number 2. So Burns goes to third. Here's our true story brought to you by McDonald's. On this date, 2011, Josh Reddick, first true home run game, and it comes against the Tigers. First one was off Porcello. Second one off Colin Ballister. He was in the 7th inning. So May 11th, 2012. 2-homer game for Reddick. So he's got a home run off Porcello.
Oh, that was a big season for the A's, 2012. Finished the way they did.
First pitch inside corner, call to strike. Reddick had a quiet series in Seattle. Oh, I shouldn't say it was quiet. He had a big 2-run homer, but that was his only hit. He was 1 for 13 in that series. That one bends Reddick out of the way.
That is close. That was close. The limbo.
Porcello goes outside. 2-1 the count. Reddick lined a single to left field in the first inning. Another pitch in the dirt, and Swihart saved a run. Blake Swihart, the catcher, is, from everything I've read, and I'm sure you read the same stuff, Ray, he's one of the most highly touted prospects in all of baseball, not just as a catcher, but any position player. Very highly thought of. In fact, the Red Sox were like, we're not trading him.
Absolutely. Well, Hannigan, the veteran, had a foul ball.
That's right.
Break a bone and had to go on the disabled list. Swihart gets a chance, and he has proven he knows how to handle the job.
Fastball high, and Reddick takes the walk. So first walk issued by Porcello. So 2 on, 2 out for Butler. So Porcello, as we said earlier, pitching better lately. He's sitting at 14 consecutive scoreless innings. His last start, he went 7 shutout innings against the Rays. The Red Sox need some pitchers to get on a roll, and he looks like he may be doing that. Red Sox have a team ERA of 4.97. That's the highest in the American League. It'd be tough to win a division if you have the highest ERA in the league. So they're hoping that'll get better. Butler, a base hit right field. Burns comes in to score. Billy Butler with a 2-out RBI hit to give the A's a 1-0 lead.
Now we have seen Billy Butler with Billy Burns scoring, but Butler at his best when he does this and just stays back, sees the ball a long time, and shoots it to right field, as he did perfectly there. I want to say his last 3 runs batted in have all been with base hits to the right side and with 2 outs. So he does it again. Billy Burns bunting with 2 outs. Billy Butler bringing him in after he advanced to third on the ground ball by Crisp.
So here's Vogt. He's looking for more now against Porcello. So 2 hits and a walk in the inning. Fastball at 91 miles an hour in for a strike. Vogt bounced out to the shortstop in the second inning. He was 3 for 9 in that series up in Seattle over the weekend.
Those 3 hits coming yesterday. A big day for him, especially the home run late. 3 solo home runs by the Athletics.
0-1 to Vogt. Hit high in the air to right field. Victorino hustling back. Still going back, and he reaches out, makes the catch in deep right center field. So Vogt put a charge into it, not quite enough, but Billy Butler with an RBI single. A's lead 1-0.
when the A's host the Boston Red Sox. It's going to be a 7:05 first pitch. 15,000 fans will walk away. This green and gold fleece blanket that pays homage to Sean Doolittle's signature pose. Tickets now at athletics.com/tickets. And maybe we'll get to see that pose sometimes through this telecast. We'll actually see the real pose of Sean Doolittle. Not in the silhouette, or his silhouette, but not in the fleece blanket. That may even just pitch it.
Gets a little bit closer every day, does Sean Doolittle. So top of the order for the Red Sox: Betts, Pedroia, and Ortiz. Pretty good innings so far from Kazmir. And Mookie Betts takes 2 fastballs right there for strikes. So a shutdown inning opportunity for Kazmir. He's 8 for 9. Fastball away.
It's amazing what happens, and I think with the second pitch was the fastball that Betts looked like Kazmir wanted to go inside. He opened up, but maybe just enough that he couldn't swing the bat.
Kazmir grabs it, fires to first, and that's the first down. So speaking of Sean Doolittle, this was earlier today, and he was pitching off the mound, and that is good to see.
Now batting.
So he's getting close to going on a rehab assignment, right?
Yes, he is, and that's good news. And I think the fact that he is there, he is not pushing anything. And you know, from his standpoint, as you see the trainer, Coach Kurt Young and Bob Melvin, but it's not as if he has to throw curveballs and sliders. He throws fastball and changeup primarily anyway. Occasional breaking ball, but he's just a rare back, throw him hard, which should help and not have to worry about all the breaking pitches.
Quick 0-2 to Pedroia. Pedroia struck out swinging in the first inning. Only strikeout for Kazmir so far. Down the right field line. It didn't reach the seats. In the dirt. 1-2 to Dustin Pedroia. Ortiz will be next.
Pedroia is very happy that he's healthy this year, and upper body issues could not maintain his strength with the weight program during the season. And he said totally different this year, that he's 100% healthy, and Red Sox should benefit from that. Think back to what, 13, he had a thumb injury, but he played the whole season plus the postseason.
Reached for change up, and Pedroia just got a piece of it way outside. But
you know, he fouled off, as he did in his first at bat, change ups from Kazmir, or good ones, as he does on this one. Just reaches out and protects, and maybe that's why the fastball was thrown by him and a little bit off the plate in the first at bat for the strike 3. Saw 8 pitches in that first one, and now this is number 7 coming up.
Full count to Pedroia. So the battle continues. Pedroia will do this. He will foul some pitches off. Here it is, and it's line foul.
Scott Kazmir threw 13 in the first, second, and third. But Pedroia is making that difficult in this at bat. This is the 10th coming up in the at bat to Hill. He started 0-2. That's how many good pitches he's fouled off.
And he misses badly with a changeup. here's our forward right choice, David Ortiz. What do you got? Look at that guy. Free agent signing by the Mariners in 1992. Then he went to the Twins in 1996. Played some for the Twins, but it all started when he signed with the Red Sox in 2003 after being released by the Minnesota Twins. He's the all-time Major League leader among designated hitters in home runs, RBIs, and hits. He's a three-time world champion. And I just dare you, when you're in Minnesota, to mention David Ortiz's name. They don't like that. They don't think it's very funny. He is number 32 on the career home run list. 470 jacks. Closing in on Delgado, Stargell, and Musial.
Yeah, the problem they had in Minnesota, they tried to get him to play first base.
Yeah, it's true.
He's been a tremendous designated hitter, and I think when Luis Gonzalez got the base hit to beat the Yankees in the World Series when he was playing for the Diamondbacks, they said he would never have to buy a dinner ever in Boston because Red Sox fans just don't like the Yankees. Well, I think David Ortiz ever has to buy anything in Boston.
Good. He's pretty good.
I'd say all he has to do is just walk downtown or walk anywhere in the New England area. Between he and Tom Brady.
Well, Tom's going to take a little time off.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering because
4 games, 4-game suspension for deflated footballs.
Well, you can't do
something else to talk about.
You can't deflate a baseball, can you?
No, you can't. But
Yeah.
I guess you can deflate a football to the point where it changes the outcome of a game.
Well, you remember last year when the A's had that remarkable comeback against Koji Uehara, this home run after home run in the 9th inning, and he blew it. And then Big Papi, unfortunately for the A's, in the 10th inning, home run left center.
I think it was against Abad.
Yes, it was. Yep, the lefty on lefty, and that was the shock because Abad seemed to get every lefty out last year.
2-2 now to Ortiz.
This is where David Ortiz, while he's a great pull hitter, but this is unfortunately one we had to look at. Abad with a hanging slider stayed middle of the plate, left center field, and that was the game winner after Uehara had given it up and he went back out. He was ecstatic, especially after giving up the home runs.
And now 3-2. One thing about Ortiz, he does not flinch against left-handers.
No.
He is unfazed by left-handers. And you think about it, he's late in the game. He's going to face a lot of tough left-handed relievers.
Well, just his approach and the bat against Abad that we just showed, and that ball being hit to left center. He has the power to use his power to any field.
Sure.
I mean, he likes. I mean, he pulls it in right field at Fenway, which is the deepest right field in baseball, between right field, right center, and a triangle. And his pace of the game, by the way, has stayed the same.
They got some violators on this team, I'm going to tell you.
How about when the Yankees
violators?
Yankees and Red Sox play head to head?
Hey, we're just trying to help Major League Baseball, right? We watch the pace of game. And just saying.
Well, there are the 313s and then the 21 so far, but the bat by Pedroia, now by Ortiz, both 3-2, and a lot of pitches just for these two, just 4 to Betts to start the inning.
3-2 with a runner going, and there's a line drive left center field. That's a hit. Here comes Pedroia, and they're thinking about waving him, and they are going to wave him. The throw to the plate is not in time. It rolls to the backstop, and Ortiz is going to go to second. Very interesting, Ray. Brian Butterfield, the third base coach, he waited to the last minute before waving Pedroia home.
Well, the key was Pedroia didn't stop. He was running to third as if he was going to score. And as they went to get the ball, Butterfield waited to right there. And when he saw that happen and the throw to the cutoff man, good throw by Semien, but a short hop, And Brian Butterfield waiting and said, let's go. And that's the aggressiveness of Brian Butterfield. Much different than Fenway Park. But the aggressiveness helped the Red Sox score a run, a base hit, basically scoring a run from first base, because at that moment, for some reason, John Farrell decided to have Pedroia run.
He was moving. So it's a single RBI, and going to second is Ortiz, and he goes to second on what's going to be an E6.
Yep.
So that's a tough error for Marcus Semien. It was a pretty good throw, but got past the catcher. A little bit low to Hanley Ramirez.
Now Pedroia running there, and once he saw the ball go to left center, if he had slowed down at all going to third base, he would not have been able to be sent by Brian Butterfield, the third base coach. And you know, really a throw, Stephen Vogt tried to short hop it to make the tag, and unfortunately he could not handle it. And because Kazmir did not expect that, he was backing up third and then had to go back behind the plate. So a throw from Semien, just enough of a short hop there that Vogt could not come up with it. And there's nobody backing up because Scott Kazmir, you'll see him in the lower part of your left screen. And you know, there's a play too. Okay, just thinking about the play at the plate. Maybe the fact of you can't block the plate without the ball. There's a good time for the guy running for first. If you can position yourself at the corner of the plate and essentially block it, it forces the runner to the back part of the plate, and you might be able to make the catch and the tag at the same time. Now watch where Vogt is. See, he's there in front. If he's back on the plate, essentially he had been blocking it, and maybe if he's called out, they would have reviewed it and have been called safe. So that's one of I think the problems of the new rule at home plate. It takes away from the catcher more than anything. But meanwhile, he scored from first base on a base hit. I mean, that says a lot. And give credit to the third base coach, which Ryan Butterfield and Mike Gallego talk a lot. They say it's a thankless job because you make those plays and he's out, you get criticized, but you have to give him credit for having the aggressiveness and the base runner running hard to him.
Good changeup, and Hanley Ramirez strikes out.
Well, they pulled the string perfectly, and Ramirez aggressively swinging and thinking it's something inside. High leg kick. Reached out, just no contact.
So Ramirez, after walking in the second inning, strikes out here in the fourth. And here's Napoli, who had a line drive to Reddick in the second inning. First run allowed at home this season, covering 17 innings.
So the same span, one pitcher has a 14 consecutive scoreless innings that's broken with Butler's 2-out hit. And in hindsight, you look at the play, and if it's a first and third and the Ramirez strike out, then it's a good inning for the A's. But now he's trying to get another good hitter out, Mike Napoli, to prevent the Red Sox from taking the lead.
First pitch to Napoli is a strike. And for Kazmir, he started here at the Coliseum against the Rangers on April 8th and the Astros on April 24th. He's made 4 road starts this year. Close pitch. Kazmir wanted it. 1-1 the count.
Now that's what Vic Carapazza sees right there on the inside off the plate.
Carapazza. At least times we've seen him in the past. He looks like he'd be a pretty good umpire for the pitcher.
Well, his father-in-law is pretty good umpire, Richie Garcia. See him down in Florida. We were talking to Richie about that. The thing you enjoy about Carapazza is his energy. He's got some energy. Got, especially lets everybody know if it's a strike or not. Now this is not good when you're seeing this much of a conversation, pitcher catcher trying to get together.
So 29 pitches this inning for Kazmir. 68 in the game. A little bit low, and now it's 3-1. Sandoval is in the on-deck circle.
Just checking the interesting thing about these conversations between pitcher and catcher. Vogt has caught Kazmir the last 2 starts, so it's not as if they're unfamiliar with each other. It's just maybe the plan against the Red Sox hitters a little bit different.
Missed inside, and Kazmir walks Napoli. So second walk in the inning, third walk of the night for Kazmir. So here is Sandoval. I think one of the reasons the Red Sox wanted Pablo Sandoval is what he does in the postseason. I think if you look at his regular season numbers in his 6 years with the Giants, they're decent, but they're not great. They're just good, solid numbers. But he certainly seems to turn it up in the postseason, and we know what Ortiz can do in the postseason. Sandoval hit into a 6-4-3 double play in the second. First pitch is low.
Well, that interesting list, and you saw Lance Berkman and Paul Molitor. Didn't see the real Mr. October, Reggie Jackson.
Nope.
I mean, after all, he was nicknamed Mr. October. Reggie just hit big home runs. A whole bunch of them.
There's the changeup. Sandoval out in front.
Sandoval hit 3 in one game. Was that 12?
Game 1 in 2012.
That was a good changeup from Kazmir.
Throws it again. Sandoval, same thing. Waves at it, and a count 1-2. And he does look a little lost batting right-handed.
And you know what he should throw again right now. And you get that swing. You saw Hanley Ramirez swinging on the changeup that was out of the strike zone. And I mean, a hitter will tell you, and I don't know, Sandoval's not setting him up. I mean, that's a swing of looking fastball and getting changeups.
Quick look to Ortiz. And the pitch is bounced to Davis, who makes a backhand play, hustles to the bag. Side retired. So a David Ortiz RBI single has tied up this game at 1 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. video walls from Prism. Learn how at prism.com. Beautiful sunset here in the Bay Area on a cool night at the Coliseum. He's opening up a 6-game homestand. 3 against the Red Sox, 3 against the White Sox. So the A's need to start playing better baseball at home. They're 4-9 at home.
It's not good.
It's home cooking.
Yeah, not if you go back to the old theory of play 500 on the road and much better at home.
Yeah.
Make up for it, but I think that's the reason Bob Melvin, as we talked earlier, that he said the club's going to start playing better. And I think he's correct because of kind of familiarizing themselves with each other and make a lot of changes. It takes sometimes a little bit longer for a team to adapt to each other and start playing good baseball, and we know they're much better than the way they have played. Bob Melvin is not accustomed to losing, especially not with the A's, not since he joined the club.
A's with a 12-21 record. Swing and a miss, 3-2. So Ike Davis had a 3-0. Now it's 3-2. Davis struck out looking in the second. Was not happy with the call. So the count remains full. Glory to follow, and then Simeon here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A's have 4 hits in the game. 3-2 pitch. Fastball, foul back. Porcello is going at Davis with fastballs.
And either tailing away from him or high fastballs. But you're right, staying with the fastball, and he's got a good one. He hasn't gone inside yet. Would he try it? Did it in his first at bat. 2-seamer inside.
Setting up outside, and that one's drilled toward right center field, and nobody's going to get it. All the way to the wall, deep right center. Ike Davis will ease into second with a double.
Yeah, something happened to Ike Davis. He called time, and
Now batting third baseman, Brett.
something happened, but got the change up away from him, and maybe in a swing, maybe taken off, but he extended to go get the change up and pull it into right center, completely away from the defense, and kind of jogged into second. Something happened there. He's feeling it going into second base, but then it looked like he kind of pushed on the left side in the groin area.
So keep an eye on that. He's in scoring position.
Well, and a little surprised, and something happened. See he's rubbing the left leg right there. See him rubbing inside it's rubbing it like a wrist, but the way he was running, it's like it was his legs, and so maybe just that area right below his waist. But see, yeah, he's trying to see. That's his leg. It's not his wrist. He's pushing with his wrist in that area, but I mean, that's, see right there. That groin area is tough, boy. Sometimes when you leave the batter's box, you kind of turn,
Sure, push off,
and yeah, Bob Melvin's calling time a second to go check on him, because you want to make sure, because you don't want him to push it too much and then have something happen where he's trying to score. And for Mike Gallego, he needs to know whether they can send him or not. It could have been just also going after the ball first base. It
sure
awkwardly went after that, and this maybe contributed to it.
But you try to score second, you're going to push it hard.
Exactly.
So Porcello throw some warm-up tosses as that meeting goes on, and Davis is going to stay in the game. So the count is 2-0 to Laurie. Simeon in the on-deck circle. So we'll see this pitch at some point. See the first strike. 2-1.
That was a good one to hit too. It took as long as it did.
Runners in scoring position. Laurie's 10 for 24 this year, tied for 7th in the American League. So Stephen Vogt and Laurie both doing a great job with runners in scoring position. There's a line drive, base hit. Betts hustles to get it. He spins around, and Davis will stop at third. Mookie Betts, with that great speed, was able to get over there. Mike Davis got to third and stayed there. And he was not running he real well from second to third.
The only thing, this is the line drive, and just because it's close to Pedroia, watch where the ball starts. Right there, he had to hold up momentarily. But once it got over Pedroia's head, the fact that Betts did get to the ball quickly, but the slight hesitation there, but then he had to push off that left side. He's still feeling it. Nobody wants to come out of the game, but sometimes it takes someone to say, let's go. Good hitting, great hitting by Brett Laurie. A couple of hits today.
First pitch to Simeon, big curveball down and away. So the A's with a great opportunity to take the lead. Another curveball, this one in for a strike.
If you throw that pitch with 2 strikes, he's going to hit it, but he's looking for something else. Although that was a hanger. I mean, that was right there, a hanging curveball that's so hittable. But hitters at times will never swing at a curveball until they get 2 strikes.
Late timeout called by Carapazza, the home plate umpire.
Carapazza's a smart umpire. He gets the heck out of there just in case the pitcher unloads. But he did take a lot of time, and the umpire does not have to grant it, even though Simeon asked for it. Because if his pitcher's in a set position, you do not know if he's going to be ready to throw, which he was.
And that one fouled down the third base line. So now Porcello ahead in the count, 1-2. Sogard is the on-deck hitter.
The infield play back, with the exception of a ground ball to the pitcher or to third base. The A's should score a run on a ground ball.
Fastball, and Simeon holds up. 72 pitches for Porcello, so quite a few pitches. There's nobody out here in the 4th inning.
They're going to take him out.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, Max Muncy's going to go in. You're right. That's, you just don't want to take any chances. I mean, just watching him run off right now, you can tell that it's bothering him.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Again, guys do not want to come out of the game, but man, at some point you just have to say, let's get some treatment and maybe prevent something further from happening a little bit more seriously.
So Muncy in. Pitch, the curveball is popped up foul territory. Napoli, and he cannot quite get it. Dropped right into the front row. His angle really wasn't great. May have had a chance to catch it.
Well, Marcus Simeon went in the record books according to facing Felix Hernandez. There's the first pitch fastball, crushed a home run, no doubter there, and then he did it again a little bit later. 2 solo home runs against King Felix. What they said, 5th time that the same player had hit multi home runs against him.
2-2 inside, and now a full count. So big pitch here. Laurie, the runner at first. Good speed, and he has a pretty good lead. Not going, and it's grounded to short. Out at second, throw to first is in time. Run comes in to score. That's Muncy. So the A's grab a 2-1 lead, and it's a double play, but a very close play at first.
And
so Bob Melvin's thinking about it, but he's going to go back into the dugout.
You know, Semien down the line quickly, Bogarts to Pedroia, and very quickly unloading, and close play at first, but that is not close enough to review because the throw got there just a little bit before. But the A's do score the run, but would like to have had more.
So no RBI for Semien. And Sogard, a little flare, and that'll fall into center field. So that's the third hit in the inning. 7 hits now for the A's against Porcello.
Now batting center fielder, number 1, Billy.
So we'll go to the top of the order, and Billy Burns. Burns singled and scored in the third, struck out looking in the first. Sam Fuld really struggling right now. Billy Burns getting a chance to play. He's done a nice job. He's got 11 hits and 38 at bats. He's got 1 double.
Just as important in this homestand, at least tonight, and we expect maybe the entire week, and that is Ricky Henderson's in town. And Ricky immediately wanted to talk to Billy Burns because he realizes that Burns has the speed and should be stealing a lot of bases. One thing Ricky does teach, and that is never be afraid of being thrown out or picked off. And I think Ricky said best too. If I had to determine or depend on the stopwatch, I would never have stolen any bases because they would always say that the pitch is quick, especially with Ricky at the plate. But he stole anyway.
Billy Burns is fast enough where he probably doesn't need to worry about that stuff.
Exactly.
And he could jump and go.
Exactly. And you know, Ricky is very good at talking base running. Did it in spring. Billy said he had an opportunity to visit with Ricky a lot about base running and base stealing. But he changes the game when he's on base and the possibility of stealing. Look at that.
Hanley Ramirez was playing in foul territory, and he makes. And I really think that he was.
He's very close.
A's get a run. They lead 2-1 after 4. right-hander Justin Masterson, left-hander Drew Pomeranz. Masterson 2-1, ERA over 5. Pomeranz 1-3 with an ERA over 5. So 6:30 it all starts with A's pregame live, and then at 7:05 it's first pitch, game 2 of this 3-game series. Then a day game on Wednesday. We'll have that for you here on Comcast Sportsnet California as well. Shane Victorino leading it off. Victorino fouled out. Obviously Victorino batting right-handed against Kazmir. Max Muncy stays in the game at first base.
You were saying about Victorino?
Victorino is now batting right-handed exclusively, so he has stopped switch hitting as he pops out there, which is interesting. Speed range tonight for Scott Kazmir. The fastball's been good. The changeup, 75 and 80. He's got a couple of strikeouts. He's walked 3. He's given up just 1 hit, and that was Ortiz's RBI single.
You mentioned that about Victorino. He did that in the World Series in 13. He had a grand slam hitting exclusively from the right side because of an injury. Maybe that encouraged him to stay just to the right side.
Well, it's interesting. They have a couple switch hitters. They used to switch hit, but so Victorino dropped batting left-handed. Daniel Nava, who's a Bay Area kid, also a switch hitter, he dropped batting right-handed, and now he is just exclusively a left-handed hitter. High pop-up. Sogard is there, and Xander Bogaerts is retired. So 2 quick outs here in the 5th inning.
And your observance yesterday of Eric Sogard and the pants down low, and guess what? It didn't match the pink shoes, and that's why.
So you were right.
Yeah, well, he confirmed it because we thought it was possibly that the green and gold didn't go with the pink shoes, so he decided to not show all the stirrup socks that he always wears. So that one day, Mother's Day, he decided to change his look.
But it was a different look. We're used to the pant legs up for Eric Sogard. I thought we had a different second baseman.
That's the look that he brought in spring training and regular season, and other guys following him as well.
Swihart, the young catcher. He's a no batting gloves guy, is Blake Swihart. Switch hitter, too.
If he's a rookie, he doesn't have a contract yet, but somebody provide him with a nice contract. Now, some guy, I mean, Stephen Vogt, if he's watching Vogt, Stephen doesn't use batting gloves either.
2-pitch. That one's lined toward right center. Nobody's going to get it. And Swihart runs well as he's digging for second base, and he will make it with a double.
Get a high fastball like that, you don't need gloves or anything. Grabbing his right hamstring also, but a mistake and good location for a hitter, especially with 2 strikes, to get the ball to the opposite field. So 2-out double by the 9th place hitter.
So now top of the order, Mookie Betts. Betts, a couple of ground outs. And he lost it into shallow left center field, and that's going to fall for a hit. Swihart comes in to score, and the Red Sox tying up the youngsters. Swihart and Betts, a double and a single with 2 outs. It's a 2-2 game.
Trying to fool him with the first pitch changeup and hit it off the end of the bat. And from Betts' standpoint, who hit 2 home runs in the game just recently, has the power, but this one off the end of the bat into the outfield. Here, somebody was upset as they screamed. And it's understandable that just, probably the fact that he's got 5 home runs and hit 2 in one game, you have to respect his power by playing deep. And that ball was hit off the end of the bat, landed in between two very speedy outfielders.
I remember Chili Davis talking last year. We were sitting around talking, hitting. He was talking, I was listening, but he said low pitches you have to use your legs a little more. See how he kind of went down with his legs? He said drop your legs a little bit, which you don't do on every pitch, but a low pitch, sometimes you got to go get it with the lower half of your body a little bit, and you could kind of see Betts do that. So now it's Pedroia who walked and scored in the fourth.
The key in this at bat, or this inning, is getting a 1-2 count to Swihart, and then elevated a fastball where he could go opposite field and hit a double.
And Pedroia blasts for the left field. Coco's going back. He's near the wall. He leaps against the wall and he caught it. Beautiful play by Coco Crisp. It's the A's back in the dugout. So a run for the Red Sox. They tied, but it could have been worse.
To be honest, I thought Pedroia hit a 2-run home run.
Sounded like
it. Sounded, and he has the strength, and he did exactly what you said that Betts did. Great play by Coco, but he did time his jump perfectly, and Pedroia does exactly what you said about the legs, where he goes down and handles the low pitch extremely well, whether it's a fastball changeup, and you see Hanley Ramirez with his setup where he has the shift, the leg.
It just seemed like it would allow you to get to the low pitch and drive it a little bit more.
Now, if you're upright, you're going to beat the ball on the ground.
Exactly.
And like you said, with Betts using his legs going down, he was able to get under the changeup instead of kind of striding and hitting the ball on the ground, which is exactly what the A's had hoped, but could not get it.
1-1 to Coco Crisp, who has hit a fly ball to left, ground ball to second. Reddick to follow and Butler. It's a 2-2 game here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Shutdown innings are not happening.
So that means that happens in the ninth inning. The A's score in the bottom of the ninth, and the A's will win and walk off. Not had one this year. Because they've not done very much at home anyway this year. You know one thing for sure. Pitch count for Porcello is quite high. Number 85 coming up just the fifth inning.
There's that two-seam fastball that comes back over the plate, and that's strikeout number 3 for Rick Porcello. Hey, if you're looking for the best coverage of Oakland A's baseball, log on to CSNCalifornia.com as our A's insider Joe Stiglitz provides wire-to-wire reporting of the A's 2015 season with breaking news, videos, special features, and much, much more. It's only on CSNCalifornia.com. Joe working hard in Seattle over the weekend. Reddick has singled and walked. He's have 7 hits off Porcello. High in the air, foul territory. Long run for Sandoval. He's not going to get it. And Ramirez, he wasn't going to get it.
Sandoval's played enough in this part. Either during the Bay Bridge series or interleague play, and he's familiar with the foul territory. But I think that's huge. If you're a pitcher in general, A's or a visiting team, hitters hate it because the foul territory is going to take a bat away from you. Or on the road, it seems like those extra pitches that just the foul ball is just into the seats that are definitely going to be outs here. So definitely a difference.
If you're the A's, you have 13 people who hate it, and you have 12 people who love it.
Times 81.
Emergency swing. Reddick stays alive. Keep the count 1-2.
Well, you know, Josh Reddick always wants to play well, especially against the Red Sox, a team that traded him to the Athletics. But he wants to, and he is swinging the bat well all season anyway. But a little bit added against his former team.
High in the air, left center. And Hanley Ramirez grabs it. So Reddick is retired. 2 outs. And now Butler steps in. Billy Butler had an RBI single in the 3rd, came with 2 outs, and it gave the A's a 1-0 lead. That one's driven. On the move, Victorino. He's not going to get it. He was playing very shallow. And he gets the ball. He fires it back in, and Butler hustles in for a double. Outfield playing shallow, and Butler drove it right over Victorino's head.
But Victorino has the arm, and Billy Butler with the ball coming back to Victorino. The ball hit the base of the wall. That's how hard it was hit by Billy Butler. So he is going to the opposite field a couple of times, driving in a run, and this is a 2-out double. But this is not just a give-me double, because Victorino back off the wall, and a very strong throw, a little bit offline, but that's how close it could have been. That's a center fielder playing right field, as you have to have at Fenway, and that ball wouldn't even reach the wall at Fenway.
So the A's looking for a 2-out hit. We've seen some 2-out hits in this ball game already. Pitch, sinker low, 2-0. Max Muncy is in the on-deck circle. Muncy came into the game.
There it is.
All right, Davis.
Stephen Vogt, that's what they're cheering for right there. A Stephen Vogt bobblehead. That will be on the bobblehead. I believe in Stephen Vogt.
Good spot for Vogt. Best batting average in the American League with runners in scoring position, 464.
Take the green light. Might be the best pitch you get because they're pitching around them. Now they'll probably go back to change up the 2-seamer. Billy Butler get a big lead and take off because they're not going to hold you.
And there's a shot right field. Victorino on the move. He's not going to get it. Butler comes in to score. Vogt with a 2-out RBI double, and the A's grab the lead back at 3-2.
I think that's a shock. that he got a pitch to hit. I'm glad he did and hit it as hard as he did. He did go change up, and maybe that's just smart hitting by Stephen Vogt, that he stayed back and roped another one over Victorino's head. Back-to-back at-bats, back-to-back doubles in that area. And Stephen Vogt lives up to that number of getting hits with runners in scoring position. Carl Willis, new to the club, not new to Major League Baseball, but new to the Red Sox as a pitching coach.
It's Alexi Ogando.
Him with the Rangers for many years. Yeah, I'm thinking about Carl Willis. I mean, he was an excellent pitcher. Pitched for the Twins. But this is a tough job. When you take over, he's been in the Cleveland organization at AAA, coaching, and all of a sudden, of course, he and John Farrell worked together before with the Indians organization when John Farrell was in the front office and Carl was on the bench as a pitching coach. But to take over a starting in a bullpen in May,
and one that's struggling.
Yeah,
obviously he probably wouldn't be there if they weren't struggling.
Right, but I mean, what a tough job. But I mean, you're never going to turn down the opportunity. But it is, and Carl Willis said, just be patient. You know, and you have to have some patience, get them going, and probably will.
So you're saying he wasn't even with the Red Sox organization?
No, he was in Columbus, AAA for the Indians.
Muncy swings through a high fastball. 0-2 the count. So in Seattle, the A's were 3 for 21 with runners in scoring position, but much better tonight. Oh, 2, and that one up around the chin of Muncy.
Well, it waits a long time, and that's why this was so close, because wow, that is real close, because he strides and then turns away and goes down, as that was a head-high fastball, fortunately able to get out of the way of it.
So now the count 1-2. Vogt has knocked in the go-ahead run here in the 5th. Spire blocks a tough pitch. That one bounced way out in front of home plate.
See why the Red Sox and baseball would like this young man, because he does an excellent job. Goes in front, gets the glove down, the ball does bounce up, gets rid of the mask, ready to throw if necessary. Doesn't even wear a batting glove with the catcher's mask.
He's got those fresh legs too.
Yes, he does. I saw him running to second.
Bouncing around. Muncy hits one deep to center. Betts going back, still going back, right in front of the wall. He makes the catch, side retired. Back-to-back doubles by Butler and Vogt with 2 outs, and the A's have the lead back. It's 3-2 after 5. At California is brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. Great deals on amazing cars are going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today. Good challenge for Scott Kazmir here in the 6th inning. Ortiz, Ramirez, Napoli, if anybody gets on, Sandoval.
You think about that 5th inning and what could have been a 2-out RBI single by Benson and almost 2-run home run by Pedroia. And the A's come back after a tie game and add another one, taking the 3-2 lead.
So another opportunity for a Scott Kazmir shutdown inning.
Yes. He needs to get it because that pitch count. It's too bad we even have to talk about pitch count, but unfortunately it's part of the baseball game today and will be for a long time. 8 for 9 before tonight. Both clubs in the 5th scored with 2 outs.
He's gone as high as 106 this year. That was his April 24th start right here against the Astros. Stays inside. Ortiz has grounded out, and then he's got an RBI single. So his 13th RBI of the year. Got 470 career home runs. And he lines that one down the left field line. That's trouble. So Coco picks it up, flips it back in, and Ortiz has a leadoff double. So that's a pretty good job of hitting. Waited for one to hit, and he just didn't try to do too much, just went the other way.
Well, the shift, of course, they will always play him to the right side. And slice the ball down the left field line. Little cut fastball.
So extra base hits, 1,041, tied with Pete Rose for 26th all-time in total extra base hits. So here's Hanley Ramirez. Funny, you don't see a lot of the pure DHs anymore. There was a time when every team had the guy who was going to hit, and that was it. And nowadays, there's just not that many anymore. Ortiz certainly fits the mold perfectly.
The last one was Edgar Martinez as far as the true DH, and the interleague play. Of course, seeing Edgar trying to play third base.
But just looking, Ray, I mean, just don't really.
Chile was a good one.
That stands out. What's that?
Chile was a good one.
Chile was good.
It was good. A switch hitting DH. Of course, he also played in the field quite well. No, you're right. You just don't see it.
I mean, I'm just going through the American League teams, and you know, I mean, he may not want to hear it, but Billy Butler may fall into that category. Although I think Billy Butler could still play a decent first base, where David Ortiz is maybe below average.
You know what?
Butler is playing every game at DH.
Well, and as the season progresses, and remember, just low 30s in the games played. As you get later, then there'll probably be times where Bob Miller would want to maybe give somebody a chance to DH and put Butler at first.
And did they get him? They did. Wow. David Ortiz gets picked off second base. How about that?
Now, John Farrell looking to see if they're going to challenge it. But the second base umpire, Ron Kolpa, and a quick throw to second. And so Sogard maybe got his cleat, but he put his head right in there. They're going to take a look at it, I think. But Sogard, let's see what he does there.
I think they're going to look at it, and they are. So it was just a matter of did Sogard at any point get him a little bit?
Well, if his arm is part of his glove, because his arm, he didn't, you know, as far as the ball and his glove touching his body, probably was late, but You know, I think if you dive for the bag and you overdive and you hit with your, now watch his left arm. Sogard is going to tag his arm, his leg with his arm right there. But that's just a matter of how they determine the tag. But based on that, if his glove has to touch the body, he's going to be ruled safe.
So the gentleman on the right is Ron Kulpa. He's the umpire who made the call.
Actually, it would have been better if Ortiz had slid, but he stood up. And when he went back in standing up, that made it a little bit more difficult. I tell you, it's rare that you see this type of play. But you know, the way Sogard got in behind him, and Kazmir did not throw, so there was a sign from Stephen Vogt, and usually on a play like that is how it's determined.
Here's your call. Wow. Wow, they called him out. Wow. John Farrell is going to be furious.
I think so. Well, maybe just see maybe right there, he got him just on the foot before his arm went up, and they must have looked at the foot, Kai. That's the only thing it could have been, because as the arm went up, maybe he grazed the foot, and that's what they saw. With a great play.
And they're chirping on the umpires pretty good. Maybe in the Red Sox. And I think Brian Butterfield was let him know how he felt about that call, even though he's quite a ways away. But he may have had a good look at it from his third base box. Very interesting call there.
Okay, one of the plays that's worked on in spring training. Yeah, Brian Butterfield does. I think there was a game that Butterfield ended up being like third in line manager, and everybody was getting ejected. And I think he was one of them. But he's a fiery coach, good baseball man.
So 2-2 to Hanley Ramirez. And Hanley broke his bat, finishes it off. I think you got a hacked off Red Sox dugout right now. So Ramirez has a new bat. Right at 100 pitches for Scott Kazmir. Close pitch. Now it's 3-2. Scribner starts to loosen up. Payoff is hit towards center, but Burns gets back and he's got it.
Cap, let's take a look at a play like this. Now you watch Scott Kazmir. He's not looking back to second base. Stephen Vogt is going to give a sign someplace right here, because watch what happens. As soon as he gives a sign, he turns. So something happened there, because a pitcher doesn't look at the catcher. He can't tell what the second baseman is doing. So at times, I know I used to use just to drop the catcher.
Sure.
Just drop the mitt once you saw the second baseman or shortstop. So it's something that Stephen Vogt had to do, because the pitcher was looking straight in. So whatever it was, it worked, and at this point, it's gotten the A's out of a huge jam.
Well, if you just think about it, it would be the best way to do it.
Exactly. That's the best way, because the pitcher's looking, the runner at second's casual, saying they're not paying attention to me. And then all of a sudden he spins in turn, because that's where the catcher can see the infielder breaking in.
There you go.
And boom, you turn and throw and catch him off guard.
Catcher has the best view of it.
Absolutely. You can do the whole thing.
2-0 to Napoli. 3-0 to Napoli.
Look out here again. This club is one of the best, and Napoli trying to get himself going, and you cannot assume he's not going to be swinging.
And he was, and he let her rip, and it's 3-1.
And you know what happened yesterday when Seager against Xavi swung 3-0, hit the double off the right field wall. So a little bit extra from Scott Kazmir, a little bit off the inside part of the plate, and Napoli was trying to tie it with one swing. Swings that hard 3-0, you know he's going to do the same the rest of the at-bat.
And a fastball a bit high at 93 miles an hour. So walk number 4. So an interesting choice here if you're Bob Melvin, Ray. Sandoval's coming up, and the thing is you want to face Sandoval right-handed.
Exactly.
We know what Sandoval's done right-handed, but as a left-handed hitter, he's hitting .386. So 386 or 2 for 30.
Yeah,
there you go.
He's thrown in some great changeups, the double play ground ball, and really probably the worst pitch was the one he threw after 2 changeups. It screwed him in the ground and threw him a fastball. He almost shot it past Ike Davis at first.
First pitch to Sandoval. It was fouled just to our right.
High changeup.
Sandoval is hit into a double play and then grounded to first.
And really the best way to throw the changeup is in the dirt. Throw it down. You don't want to leave it up, and you take a chance with Sandoval. Betts, of course, hit the changeup also for the base hit. That was down, but you could almost bounce it against Sandoval. Try to get him to swing.
Quick throw to first. Pitch, fastball, and he swung through it.
His eyes lit up when he saw a fastball. He didn't care where the location was, and did tie him up inside, pulled the hands in, and at that elevation, no chance. Go different ways, down the dirt or up again.
Runner goes, ball fouled straight back. It was a fastball. So 110 is the pitch count for Scott Kazmir.
So after the back-to-back high fastballs, you bounce a changeup.
Got him swinging. He chased a pitch that was about 2 feet outside. So Kazmir gets Sandoval, and the Red Sox do not score in the top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th coming up. 3-2 A's lead.
a little back and forth game. Billy Butler base hit to right field. That was 2 outs. That would score the A's first run. There was Billy Burns who bunted with 2 strikes, and David Ortiz a base hit. You're not going to see too many RBI singles, but Dustin Pedroia was running on the pitch and scored all the way from first base. And then another Mookie Betts. The A's are taking the lead 2-1, but Betts with a changeup in the outfield. How about this changeup? 3-1 over the head. Victorino scoring Billy Butler from second base, and back-to-back doubles with 2 outs. The A's have retaken the lead 3-2. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PICK-ATT, mobilizing your world.
So the new pitcher is Alexi Agando. We've seen him before. Check swing. Rolled right to Pedroia. Rory is retired. So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. So there's the numbers on the veteran right-hander. 1-0, 3.29 ERA. Signed as a free agent with the Red Sox after all those years with the Texas Rangers.
Well, when healthy, that young man's a very good pitcher and a good one for the bullpen.
Porcello goes 5 innings. And base runners all over the place. Alexi Agando, in 2010, when the Rangers went to the World Series, he was 4-1 with a 1.30 ERA, and he was nasty. But then the next year, the Rangers put him in the rotation, and he actually won 13 games. He pitched fairly well. Then back to the bullpen in 2012, and then injuries kind of took over. On the disabled list 3 times in 2013 and once last year.
Are you talking about Neftali Feliz? Because pretty much the same thing has happened to him that happened to Agando.
And on 3 pitches, Simeon's gone.
And the hard slider chase away and out of the strike zone.
Now batting second baseman.
Much Marcus Simeon. Unless you recognize that and lay off the pitch is tough. Good pitch for a pitcher.
Their old friend Craig Breslow.
Larry reminded us to never say no.
Nope, he took the ball when asked.
That was a good one.
Sogard, left field. Ramirez heading that direction, but the ball bounces foul.
Ramirez must be happy playing away from Fenway Park, having all the space in the outfield. At Fenway, you back up and you run into the outside scoreboard. It seems like it's just a stone throw from home plate to the outfield. Here he's shading Sogard like Burns.
So 0-2 to Sogard.
Your description was perfect. He lines up in foul territory and catches
I didn't know you could do that. Is that legal? Close pitch, 1-2. Sogard. Fly ball to the left and a single. Fastball fouled to the screen. Rangers won tonight 8-2 over the Royals. Adrian Beltre with a home run, career home run number 399 for Beltre. Scribner getting ready for the 7th. Colby Lewis got the win. Danny Duffy took the loss, and the Rangers played better. They've won 7 out of their last 10. 14 and 18 on the year. Making a little move. See if Hanley Ramirez can catch this one. Not quite. This wind sprints in.
We know some outfielders have been headlong diving for that ball in the wind.
Yeah, sure. Whether they had a chance to catch it or not.
Now Hanley just stopped short after crossing the foul line. Said, "I've gone far enough." He's telling Betts, "You handle left center. I'm just going to stop."
Yeah, he's a little closer to the line now. pop up. This one right over top of the A's dugout. In fact, it bounces, rolls down, and into the dugout.
Reddick flipped it back up after it went down in the dugout. There's the defense. Now pull the ball in center field.
Down and in, no swing. Brian Knight, the third base umpire.
One thing for sure, for Sogard and Burns, the outfield does not have to change position. Where Betts and Ramirez are playing in center and left, they will not move for either player.
Well, we've certainly seen Eric Sogard slap the ball to left field. That's what he does. But this is the most extreme shift we've seen in the outfield.
We've also seen him drive the ball to the Xfinity sign in right center also. I mean, and if he does that, I mean, I'd just like to see a normal hard hit ball up the middle. See how far
watch it roll
to
the 400 side. That may get your chance. No, right to Betts. But Sogard with another hit.
That's a great at bat. 9 pitches and it's another base hit. So she's fouled off 4 with a couple of strikes, and then Ogando goes off speed and sliced it up the middle. And if he had hooked it, Sogi, that's extra bases, but he sliced it right to where Betts was playing. But still a very good job of hitting.
So 2-out hit. That's 10 hits for the A's.
Okay, that's 10. I've got 8 hits that have either gone to center field or the opposite field by the hitters. So a great job of hitting tonight by the whole team. Staying back and really hitting the ball where it's pitched. Maybe Hanley wants to talk to Casey Chavez.
Yeah, he's good friends with Casey.
Yeah, how you doing, Case? I'm going to come over and just shake hands with you.
And there's a base hit right center field. Here comes Sogard. He's got a chance to score. And they're going to hold him up at third. Mike Gallego took a long look. He was thinking about it. But Betts, with that great speed, along with Victorino, they both hustled over there.
Well, Gags wanted to, especially with 2 outs. And Billy Butler seeing him just get on top of the ball and pull it, trying to go to that gap, and he did. And boy, you have 2 guys sprinting, almost a no doubles. Betts getting it back in, knowing the possibility. Sogard trying to score. He was running hard to third like Pedroia was, but had to be held up. That's 2 very, very good jobs of hitting by both Sogard and Billy Burns.
All right. It's not necessarily a front line that the Warriors are going to use, but they're a scrappy threesome.
Gags was talking to Pedroia tonight. He said, and Pedroia's not that tall either, but Gags said, you know, if I was as tall as you, Pedroia, I'd have been a superstar.
Oh, no question.
He's about an inch taller.
No question.
Gags is a great third base coach, and I tell you, two good ones on display tonight with Butterfield and Gallego. So the A's are going to need a 3rd consecutive 2-out hit. What a great time for Coco to get his first.
And it's caught at first by Napoli, a sensational play. Coco can't believe it. So Napoli, a high backhander, and well, he saved a couple of runs for his Red Sox. Worth another look.
Yeah, that's the thing. And really, he had to jump up and catch it behind him, but this is a shot. Watch the glove as he catches the ball in the tip of the glove. First baseman then brings it down in the snow cone and wraps it. And actually, that's at least a double for Coco, because that would have been hooking down the line. That's a big
play.
That's a huge play defensively for Napoli, who, remember, he was a catcher for several years. But he's moved to first base, and that's where he was for the championship. So the A's will try to get the bullpen to hold the lead as Scott Kazmir is finished after 6.
So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change tune-up and brake experts. Here's Evan Scribner, appearance number 17. Great numbers for Scribner. He'll face Victorino, Bogarts, Swihart.
Victorino's not batting left-handed.
Those days are over.
Well, Scribner pitched in the 7th inning. If you look at the numbers for Scott Kazmir, 111 pitches. That's the top for him for this year. 4 walks hurt him. But Scribner's got the 7th, which means Fernando Rodriguez at this point probably has the 8th, because Scribner had moved to the 8th inning, clipped with the 9th. So Bob Melvin trying to get some consistency down in the bullpen, trying to close it out.
You know, Ray, I mean, Bob really hasn't had a lined up bullpen all year. That's tough.
And so often, and we have always say that when the phone rings the bullpen, guys know immediately when the phone rings at a certain time who's going to be getting up. That has changed completely.
So the new guy,
yeah,
Mahika. Gentleman on the left, there he is. Just acquired from the Red Sox on Saturday. It was his birthday yesterday, so we'll give him a belated happy birthday. He's 31 years old. A little flare toward Reddick, who trots in. He's got it.
Now, I said Fernando Rodriguez, he pitched well enough in Seattle, though yesterday he did walk a couple of batters, so I guess Mojica could pitch the 8th inning, maybe, now that he's there.
Now batting, number 2,
and how
Sanders
great would that be to face the team that you just left? And you know, the way those guys are deep breathing, just don't know if they've even been told who's got the 8th. It could be Fernando saying, well, it's going to be me.
They're staring at the phone waiting for him.
But as Tyler Clifford evidently told the guys that, hey, when the phone rings, everybody's ready. Let's just get going and get ready. That's a great 12-6 curveball by Scribner. There's your cut fastball, backing it up. So good overhand curveball, then the cut fastball a little bit away from Bogarts. So he can do a number of things and then get the out.
Behind first base, and that is going to fall.
Wow. There's the cutter off the end of the bat.
Well, Bogarts will take it. He's got a bloop single. First hit of the night for him.
The only problem here, maybe the fact it was up a little bit, maybe down a little farther. He doesn't make that kind of contact. Just fell in front.
So here's Swihart. First pitch, base hit right field. And Bogarts moving on the play. He'll go to third easily. So here come the Red Sox. First and third, 1 out.
Now batting, number 50.
Well, you make a good pitch, and then all of a sudden it's first and third before you know it. And location supposedly down and away, but his hit and run, he was going to make contact or attempt to it anyway. It happened to be a pitch down and in that he could pull.
So top of the order, Mookie Betts. Big meeting on the mound, all the infielders.
On the speed of Betts, you think about a double play, it's hard to do.
Betts had an RBI single in the 5th. He's also grounded out twice. Very impressive young player. He got off to a real quick start. He's cooled off some, but still just 22 years old. Mookie Betts.
A's fans not appreciating the "Let's go Red Sox" chant, so they're trying to out-yell them. So the mixture you hear is exactly that.
First pitch to Betts, and that's a base hit right center field. Run's going to come in to score, and Swihart is going to go all the way around to third, and Mookie Betts hurts the A's again. Just a soft single to right center field, and this game is tied at 3.
That is 3 consecutive pitches. Single into the bat, single hit and run, single RBI. And again, the cutter's good, but it's up, it's elevated. And Betts just shooting it out to right center. And the biggest thing here is the fact that it not only drives in a run, but it also sends another run to third.
And Swihart, who runs very well, made it easily to third. So now it's Pedroia. And Fernando Abad gets up, and he's working quickly. Pedroia has struck out, walked and scored, and hit that drive to left field that Coco caught up against the wall. Betts is 5 for 6 in steal opportunities, so that's a possibility as well. He's got a big lead at first. He's out toward the cut of the grass there, and that, you get out that far, that's a pretty darn good lead. And he runs. Nope, he bluffed. He took about 3 steps towards second base and then stopped. So there's Edward Mejica, who now joins Abad.
With Betts taken off, or at least looking like it was, Pedroia took the pitch, and hitters going to try to allow you to steal it if possible. But if you're going to shoot up a flare, you want to keep going instead of stopping.
Because Pedroia may say, hey, I'll give you one.
That's right.
Not running. Ball bounced to Scribner, who fires to second. Out there, and Simeon could not get the ball out of his glove. Run comes in to score, and the Red Sox take the lead.
I don't know that he's on the bag. And then, to complicate matters, not getting the ball out of his glove, but it looked like he was in the front of the bag just looking at it from here. And I'm sure we'll take a replay and look. Both going to the bag. Now he was on it, just could not get rid of it. And Sogard cut in front. And then, you're right, Kev, could not get the ball out of his glove, and as a result, Betts got to him, run scored, no double play, and Scribner did the best thing. But it really looked like initially a little miscommunication at second as to who was going to cover.
And you know what? Betts' speed helps there too. He was able to get down there quickly. So Scribner is up a couple of runs. He leaves, and the Red Sox have taken the lead here in the top of the 7th, 4-3. We'll be back.
For a special holiday matinee as the A's take on the Detroit Tigers at 1:05 p.m. that afternoon. 15,000 fans get an A's road cap presented by Comerica Bank. Get your tickets now by calling 877-493-BALL, or you can visit athletics.com/tickets.
So the Red Sox have scored twice here in the 7th to take the lead. And now it's David Ortiz to step in against Fernando Abad.
You know, looking at Chris Abad trying to get David Ortiz, and saw the breaking ball he hit out to left center. That was last year. Big gap in left center right now, but he's got to throw the breaking ball hard. But after Bogart's 0-2, in a matter of 5 pitches, the Red Sox had gotten 3 hits and 2 runs. And the one pitch that was taken by Pedroia was one of which Spence took off like he's going to run. So Red Sox did not take long to take the lead, and a double play that should have been turned was not.
There's a shot. What a play by Muncy. Wow. Ortiz still standing near home plate. So we've seen 2 of the best plays by first basemen in the last 10 minutes.
Well,
watch
the big ones. This is with Pedroia getting out of the way and Muncy headlong. What a play.
All right, A's fans, it's time for the 7th.
Forgettable moments for the A's. 10 years ago, back in 2005, back-to-back days, back-to-back games, game-winning home runs. Both of Octavio Dotel, Millar, Veritek, May 10th and 11th of 2005. So it happened on back-to-back games. This feat was only accomplished 5 previous times in Major League Baseball history. Did you forget about that?
I didn't remember that.
Oh, you're a smart man.
Some things you just don't want to remember. That's one of them.
When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Craig Breslow comes in. So Breslow taking over here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Record, decent ERA in 12 appearances so far for Craig Breslow. And there's a shot to center and a base hit. So Reddick greets the left-hander Breslow with his second.
A high-hanging slider, and that's not the sharp slider that Breslow, of course, wants to throw, but Reddick, nice hitting, but how about the play by Muncy? Nice. Muncy just, Pedroia was trying to get out of the way, thought the ball was going to hit him. The next thing you know, he's going back to first base, and Muncy's going the opposite direction and makes the play. Only difference there is that was an out that Muncy made.
Up the middle, base hit center field. Here comes Reddick. He's going to try for third. He'll make it without a throw. And here come the A's.
Well, some just make it through the infield, don't they? That one, as Breslow fell off the mound right over the top of the mound. The ground ball into center field. Breslow just enough falling off that he could not reach back, and right over the mound into center field. And Reddick very, very good heads-up base running, as he knows that Beck does not want to throw to third and allow Butler to go to second, so he easily gets to third. Great base running by Reddick. Tying runs at third. Nobody out.
First pitch, right field. Tagging up is Reddick. Victorino's got to back up a couple steps, and he'll flip it to second, and just like that, we're tied at 4. That didn't take long.
Breslow threw 4 pitches, but the second, third, and fourth result in a run. Single sack. Bob Melvin, a little pat on the back.
So Vogt's got a couple more RBIs tonight. He now has 28 on the year.
Bob Melvin's got to be thinking, they had the lead, now he tied again, and now trying to retake the lead.
And Canna is going to hit for Muncy. Just joining us, Muncy was in the game for Ike Davis. Ike Davis pulled up with, looks like, a little bit of a leg issue back in the 4th inning. He left the game. Canna trying to hold up, couldn't do it.
This is what happened to Ike Davis as he was approaching first, and something happened as he was taking his left hand and trying to run it off. Got to third. Looking for a pinch runner.
So the count 1-2 to Mark Canna.
That's one of the things in watching Josh Reddick, and granted it was a logical thing to do, but you always want to try to take the first and third as much as possible. And if Reddick doesn't get to third, it's first and second, sac fly, and they may do something with Vogt, although he's been very hot, but give him a chance to drive in the run, and by getting to third he was able to do that to at least tie the game.
Defense straight away for Canna. 2-2 pitch, again foul back. Breslow keeping it away from Canna. Craig Breslow is now 34 years old. He's with the A's, joined the A's in May of 2009, and then was with them in 2010 and 2011. There's Tazawa warming up, the right-hander, Junichi Tazawa. Breslow went to Arizona in 2012, and then this is his 4th year with the Red Sox. He was traded from Arizona to Boston during that 2012 season, so just a really short time in Arizona. Stands a long ways from the plate. Breslow keeping the ball away from him.
And now I know why Billy Butler had the smile. I thought maybe talking to Napoli. I think the smile was they throw over to first base trying to keep me close.
How do you like that?
I don't think Billy Butler's going to do any running.
Chased it, and that's a strikeout. 2 outs here in the 7th. The A's have tied it.
Yeah, they're going to go to the bullpen. That's a way away, and then down and in. The slider. John Farrell running out, point of the bullpen, so they made the move.
So Breslow faces 4 hitters, gives up a run, and we're tied. Back to the bullpen.
And may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So the A's have tied it, and now Laurie will hit against the new reliever, Junichi Tazawa. Tazawa, good ERA of 1.80. Been a mainstay in this Red Sox bullpen for the last 4 years, and he's done a very nice job.
And plus fastball, plus the old split finger fastball that Japanese pitchers seem to throw, in addition to pretty good curveball. Just saw. But you have a setup man, Tazawa, and also Uehara, a closer, who also throws a splitter.
In the air foul. Tazawa's been a workhorse the last couple of years. He's appeared in 71 games in each of the last 2 years.
Yeah, if you have any base steal at all, watch this. There is a high leg kick, hesitation, and then throwing. And we'll see if he does that with some sort of speed at first base. Billy Butler, again, not a threat to steal, but even he might take off and surprise somebody with that slow move. It's Uehara, the closer.
Now 1-2. A couple of hits tonight for Laurie. 2 singles, 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, and he grounded out in the 6th. A's have 13 hits. Red Sox have 7. Tazawa ahead of the count. Short lead for Butler. And that's bounced toward third. Sandoval waits, throws to second for 1, and that'll do it. So the A's tied on the sacrifice fly by Stephen Vogt. So through 7 entertaining innings, we're tied at 4. Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai. It's tonight at 10:30, and it's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. We'll have all the highlights from this game between the A's and the Red Sox, and Game 4 highlights between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. And Roz and Rado with post-game reaction. Warriors won that game to even up their series at 2 games apiece. Ahmed Fareed and Dave Feldman will host Sportsnet Central tonight. So congratulations to the Warriors, evening up that series. They had tonight's game under control throughout the game. So Warriors beat the Grizzlies. First pitch, Ramirez is out, and we got a new pitcher. We got a new Athletic. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. There is Edward Mujica. The numbers this year with the Red Sox, struggling some, but a guy who's got a decent track record, right?
Yep. Well, to just throw a first pitch, it shows a cutter. He did say he likes to expand the cutter into a slider. Ramirez hit the ball hard, but right to Reddick in right field.
Well, here's Napoli. Mujica started with the Indians and got to the big leagues with the Indians. Then had a couple good years with San Diego. 2 more years with the Marlins. 2 in St. Louis, and then in 2013 with St. Louis, he was an all-star. He had 37 saves. Last year with Boston, 64 appearances, ERA of 3.9. Struggling some this year. And the A's get him, and he's got a chance to pitch important innings for the Athletics. There's Tyler Clippard getting loose. Big swing by Napoli, fouls it straight back. Mentioned that the Rangers won tonight. Their lefty Tommy Lane loosening up. Astros are off today. They will host the Giants tomorrow night. That's just a short 2-game series. Mariners off as well. They'll host the Padres for 2-game series Tuesday and Wednesday. Foul back. Angels off. They're doing the same thing. They're hosting the Rockies for a 2-game series. So AL West, NL West. Some of the teams squaring off this week in those short 2-game sets. Napoli fights that one off. Napoli has lined out, and he has walked twice.
I always have to wonder how a former teammate who's facing, in this case, Napoli's case, it's a pretty good swing. Almost like he took a lot of batting practice against him. He's on every pitch, slider, fastball.
Sandoval is the on-deck hitter.
I just think he was on the plane with these guys not too long ago.
That's a good point. They were going to Toronto, and Mujica was probably with them.
Hey, I know you guys. Yeah, I was just with you, and now I'm facing you. Yeah.
Good pitch there. Napoli chased that one.
How about this one? That's a great pitch. And gets the strikeout. Remember in 2002 when Rincon was traded from the Indians to the A's while the Indians were in town, and I don't think he said, I'll wait. I need to show up. They made the trade, and
Mujica wanted to. He didn't want to spend his birthday on the plane. It was his birthday yesterday. I don't blame him. Here's Sandoval swinging around to hit from the left side. My guess, he's a shade more comfortable hitting from the left side.
See where Vogt was set up and where the pitch was, and that's where you hold your breath. And if you're catcher, you yell, "Don't swing," because Vogt was almost in the right-handed batter's box. The pitch was down the middle. Now they're going to go up.
High fastball. He chased it. So quick 0-2. Sandoval did not look good batting from the right side.
I know you guys. Just don't recognize the uniform.
Did you see where that pitch was, Ray?
At his face.
If he doesn't swing at that, it may hit him. And I'm not exaggerating.
I know, because it looked like he's going right at his head. Both wanted there. A little bit lower, but yeah.
That's unbelievable. If he just stands there, it hits him.
Yeah. Look at Vogt.
Notorious bad ball hitter. That's a little scary. 4 for 4 with 2 home runs.
That wasn't in spring training either.
No, that was not.
Not an inter-squad game.
And he got one to hit there. That was the pitch that Sandoval's been waiting for, and he fouled it back.
Vogt again way outside. He had to reach back as the pitch. It just looked like Mojica's trying to throw it hard and throw it by Sandoval. If he's going to do it, upstairs is the best place to strike him out. Try to get him to swing and miss. Down low, you are taking a chance that he can do some serious damage.
Setting up outside. Missed outside. 2-2 the count.
Well, it's funny. That Vogt went out to talk to him. Came back, gave a sign, and shook him off. What are you talking about? Usually it's that, okay, here's a pitch.
You don't need to give a sign.
So he shook off the fastball with the changeup.
2-2 pitch popped up left field. Here comes Coco toward the line. He's got it inside retiring. Edward Mojica. A good inning. His first inning as an Athletic. It's a 4-4 game as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
All right, game summary brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. 4-7-0 for the Red Sox, 4-13-1 for the Athletics. Porcello went 5, Kazmir went 6. A couple of RBIs for Vogt, and it's really been kind of a back and forth game. You just look at the line score. Nobody wanted to do a shutdown inning tonight. But a good ball game, entertaining. Had some very nice defensive plays that have saved runs.
Red Sox messed up the picket fence with a 2-spot. Made the difference, and the A's could have avoided that if they could have turned the double play, which sure they will look at it and figure out in the future and be able to do it.
Simeon, Sogard, and Burns against Tazawa. There's that splitter, 1-2. About the last half hour, it's got much chillier at the ballpark.
Right about the splitter. It looks so good until it reaches home plate, then out of the strike zone. I'd like to get Simeon on base, see if Tazawa stays with the same delivery, because he's very slow to the plate.
Boy, he stayed with it, and it just kind of floats up there and then disappears.
And I think they're going to see a pitching change, as the split was there and a swing and a miss, and so John Farrell going to his lefty.
So the left-hander Tommy Lane is coming in. We'll be back.
The A's take on the Chicago White Sox. That's this coming Saturday. Fans will dress up as their favorite superheroes, and music from iconic shows and movies will accompany the show. Fans can watch from the outfield grass, but you always know that on-field capacity is limited. Get your tickets at athletics.com/fireworks.
So Tommy Lane, a left-hander, comes in to face Sogard. And Sogard bunts. Pedroia charges quickly, flips to first, and they got it. Pedroia, he just came storming in from second base, and he had to. That's how close the play was at first. A good play by Pedroia.
Almost like he was anticipating it as he took a couple of steps in, and you're right, charged. And usually you see the infield's having to barehand the ball. He got to it so quickly, and Napoli getting down in a catching position, figured it's going to be a low, hard throw, and it was. But Napoli caught the ball after Pedroia used his glove to catch and then throw quickly.
Burns swings at the first pitch, skies one. Bogarts down the left field line. He's got it. So the A's go quietly in the 8th, and we're headed for the 9th. We got a 4-4 game, A's and Red Sox. Ninth inning of a 4-4 game between the A's and the Red Sox. And Tyler Clippard comes in. And he will face Victorino, Bogaerts, and Swihart. So Clippard making his 13th appearance, 2.08 ERA, 3 saves, couple of losses. And there's a drive toward Reddick. He's there, and he's got it. So Victorino 0 for 4. Hey, how about the inning by Edward Mujica?
Welcome to the big leagues. Welcome to Oakland. He's already in big leagues, but a nice job in his first appearance.
Number 2, Xander Bogaerts.
And especially against his former team. That had to be special for him, and could be a little bit nerve-wracking, adrenaline, anticipation, but he handled it like a true pro that he is.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. He's 1 for 3. And this one, the sky just below us.
Cap, we talked and have talked about Tyler Clippard and his ability to pitch multiple innings. And the one thing that happened in Seattle, remember he came in the extra inning game, pitched 1 inning, and normally you don't see the closer come in on the road in a non-safe situation. But in that particular game, he came in to pitch an inning to get the A's had scored, he would have gone back out. But Melvin wanted to use him, figured he was very good, especially that part of the batting order, middle part of the order of the Mariners. And unfortunately, the A's could not score, and he did not go back out.
Fastball is high. Clippard trying to get the A's back in the dugout. Keep it a tie game. There's that changeup, and Bogaerts was able to eyeball it and lay off. Swihart, the on-deck hitter. Clippard kicks, the 2-2 pitch is hit up the middle, and that's a base hit. It was a fastball, and Bogaerts makes a big turn, has a 1-out single.
What is Yo saying? You guess right sometimes, you get the fastball you're looking for, and Clippard falling off, and that's how close. When he fell off towards the first base side, he put his glove up, but just a little bit late as Bogaerts crushed it. Watch this, and right there. That close to being hit or catching the ball, preferably catching it, but glad it didn't hit him because that was smoked.
So here's Swihart, who's 2 for 3. He's been tough on the Athletics. Got a single, a double, and 2 runs scored out of the 9th spot in the batting order.
Uehara just in case.
Slowly to Canna at first. He'll grab it, step on the bag. So that's the 2nd out, but now the go-ahead run is at second base. And it's Mookie Betts.
Here's a situation where Clippard comes in the game. Stephen Vogt's been behind the plate for 4 at-bats by this young man, and they're going over how to pitch him. And Clippard, having been in the bullpen and paying attention, as they will do that in the bullpen. This is not as far away as some bullpens, but it's always a good idea for the catcher's been back there to discuss pitches that he's hit. And he's not seen a lot, especially his last 2. He's hit the first offering. That's the last 2 at-bats, driving in runs.
First pitch not close with a fastball.
Really, do you want Betts or you want the veteran Pedroia?
There's your dilemma.
That is the dilemma. When first base is open, you get the hitter.
Betts now with 20 RBIs on the year thanks to his 2 tonight. And change up that was hittable. It was up.
The old difference of being a good change up, which looks like a fastball.
Bogaerts runs well at second. Outside with the fastball.
One thing that Clipper does, which is very important, concentrate on the hitter, but he looks back at Bogaerts, but then when he turns back to the plate, he doesn't just turn and throw. He picks up his target again. He's done 3 pitches in this at bat. Sometimes a guy will look back at second and quickly turn to the plate and throw without really picking up the target. At times overthrow. Back, concentrate.
High in the air, Reddick may have a play into foul territory, and he caught it. So Clipper gets out of it, and we are headed to the bottom of the 9th. We'll see if we can get our first A's walk-off win of the year. Nice play by Reddick.
Up against the left field wall. That saved a couple of runs because Pedroia looked like he had a home run. Napoli, though, this was the big one. As Coco Chris, the snow cone, and the glove of Mike Napoli. How about Muncy matching what Napoli did? Muncy diving to his right. That was with 2 outs, as was the case of Coco Chris hitting one that was handled by Napoli. And that was the big one because that would have been a 2-run double at least down the right field line, but Napoli robbed him. Coco leads off in the 9th.
So, and he's facing Tommy Lane. Jackie Bradley Jr. comes in the game in right field. So Victorino is out. 0-1 to Coco. Coco, a little flare right center, but Bradley's got the great speed. He'll get there. So 1 away, so Coco 0 for 5.
Well, there's one former Red Sox that led off the inning, couldn't do anything. Another one comes up now, and Josh Reddick. Reddick, a base hit to left field, and a walk, fly ball at left field, and a base hit up the middle. So he stayed on the pitches all night. Going opposite field and up the middle. Good approach tonight by Josh Reddick. Actually, a good approach all season with his hits using the whole field.
2-0. Slider for strike from Lane. Lane got the final 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. He's the 4th reliever used by the Red Sox.
He did that with 2 pitches in the 8th inning. And Sogard and Burns ground out on a fly ball. He had a 2-0 slider, 3-1 or 2-1 fastball.
Just foul. Hit it hard. Red Sox have Matt Barnes, Stephen Wright, and Koji Uhara in their bullpen. 3 right-handers. Reddick fouls that one straight back. Maganda went an inning. Breslow went 2/3. Tazawa 2/3, and now Lane has got 3 outs. Uhara starts to throw.
Almost as if Uhara would come into a game without a safe situation, being on the road. Did see that happen last year. The A's played the Red Sox.
Outside, and a good at bat for Reddick. The winning run is aboard with 1 out. Reddick's been on base 4 times tonight.
In fact, that was a great at bat. John Farrell is going to go to probably his closer, but Lane dropped down a little bit and tried to get the slider, but he would not offer it.
So pitching change. Uhara coming in.
White Sox 15,000 fans will receive a pair of A's branded mustache socks driven by Chevrolet. Get your tickets now by calling 877-493-BALL or visit athletics.com/tickets. Is this Uhara's pop-up music?
You know what? I don't think this is Uhara's I'm coming to pitch music. Although I didn't hear you. I didn't hear what you said. What did you say, Ray? So here is Uhara with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, and there is your winning run. First pitch to Butler is outside. Butler in his career versus Uhara, a couple of hits, including a home run. That double would be okay right here.
That's right. Although it would have to be a real double because the outfield playing very deep.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1.
It was. The splitter, the high fastball, and Butler not able to catch up.
Butler's got 3 hits tonight. And this one's popped up. Long run for Jackie Bradley Jr., but he's going to get there near the line. And he makes the catch. So Butler now 3 for 5. And here's Stephen Vogt. He's had a good night. A couple of RBIs. Double in the run in the 5th. Had a sacrifice fly in the 7th. So Vogt now with 28 RBIs on the year.
Well, the Red Sox are still playing no doubles, trying to cut a ball off in the outfield with 2 outs. If A's are fortunate to have the go-ahead run at second, that will change. Stephen Vogt would like to see that happen if he can stay hot.
One to Vogt. Vogt hits one high in the air, shallow right. Pedroia out. And Bradley calls him off. We got extra innings at the Coliseum, folks. 4-4 after 9. Pedroia, Ortiz, and Ramirez to hit when we come back. Followed by Hanley Ramirez. Top of the 10th inning. Extra innings have not been kind to the Athletics. They're 0-5. How does that happen? A's are 0-5, and they're 1-10 in 1-run games, and that is just very, very hard to believe.
So it's fortunate it's just game 34.
Time to turn that around. So Clippard back out there. He gave up a hit in the 9th inning, nothing else.
Number 15, Dustin Pedroia.
He's threw just 12 pitches. So here is Pedroia. First pitch is way high. Pedroia tonight struck out in the 1st, walked and scored in the 4th. Robbed of a hit in the 5th by Coco, and then had an RBI fielder's choice in the 7th. His RBI fielder's choice, a huge play in this game. It had a chance to be a inning double play, and the Red Sox would not have scored that 4th run, but Simeon had a little trouble getting rid of it. Could not turn the double play, and the run scored. So now 3-0 to Pedroia. game going on in Major League Baseball now. Everything's final. 3-0 pitch missed up and away, and it's a 4-pitch walk leading off the 10th. Pedroia walks for the second time.
And I don't know that any of those are supposed to be in the location in which they were thrown by Clippard. All up and out of the strike zone. The first pitch curveball was high, and everything following that.
Ortiz.
So that'll bring up Ortiz.
Sogard, a little tough for him to play in the outfield as he did early with Poppy at the plate when he pulled a hard ground ball.
Ortiz watches that changeup. That's low. A couple of hits for Ortiz, single, double, RBI. He knocked in the first run of the game for the Red Sox. That changeup in for a strike.
That changeup, you're fortunate he didn't swing.
Don't swing at that one, David.
Because that was in his wheelhouse, and that's one that could have left the yard in left field. Fortunately, hit didn't swing, maybe thinking fastball, but that's a scary location for him.
So Laurie, the only infielder on the left side, right at the shortstop spot. Outfield pretty straight away and deep. Inside with a fastball. It's been Scribner, Abad, Mojica, Clippard after Kazmir went 6 innings.
So changeup 1-0, and Ortiz took it. It's 2-1 now.
Foul. Up near our broadcast booth. Do not get a whole lot of balls up here.
Half fastball up and in. Ortiz saw it, swung, but fouled it back. He thought he had a chance to do a lot more damage to it than he did.
Dick's a good one. What an easy pitch to take.
Now he's amazing. You know, where as strong as he is, he can afford to start to swing and then hold up.
So 3-2 with Pedroia at first. See if he takes off. He does. And the ball's hit toward right center field. Burns on the move, and Burns is going to get there. And he throws it back to first, but Pedroia hustles back. So big out there. Ortiz, he may have got a pitch to hit.
Yep. But
just missed it.
It happened to be a pretty good location by Clippard, and that's the key. And he did throw the change up, and fortunately, he didn't provide his own power in. David Ortiz had to pull the hands in maybe just enough to keep it in the park and hang up long enough for the speedy Billy Burns to get to it.
So that's out number 1, and here's Hanley Ramirez. Ramirez tonight has a walk, a strikeout, and a couple of fly ball outs, so he's 0 for 3. And that one's hit high in the air to left field. But in the ballpark for Coco Crisp, he's got it. So big out number 2. So now we'll see Mike Napoli.
Number 12, Mike Napoli.
Napoli tonight has walked a couple times. He has lined out and he has struck out. Just a couple of at-bats against Clippard. First pitch, fastball for a strike.
Harry got out of the ninth inning. Somebody's been heating up the bullpen this entire half inning, as if your Harry was not going to go back out regardless.
It's like Barnes, right-hander.
Barnes, yeah.
And that one to the backstop, and that hurts. So the count even at 1-1, but a 90 feet advance for the Red Sox.
Stephen Vogt having to backhand the ball, and it will go as a wild pitch.
It did indeed.
Huge 90 feet. That's the hard part.
It's interesting. The outfield before that advancement from first to second was playing very deep. Now they're actually playing a little bit more shallow than normal because maybe have a shot to throw Pedroia on a hard hit ball right now.
It would have to be hard hit. The best case would be a strikeout. And the swing by Napoli, he just waited on the changeup and swung through it. Almost like slow pitch softball. Wait, still missed it, but he's a dangerous hitter.
And there's a line drive into the glove of Canna, side retired. Whew. So Napoli cannot get the run home, and we're going to stay tied as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning. It's the A's 4 and the Red Sox 4. Napoli a little frustrated. He thought maybe he had a big hit.
Yeah, Cap, he was ready to change up. Got the fastball. That's why he hit it to right field. You can see Josh Reddick charging from right field because he knew if the ball was hit to him, he'd have a chance maybe to throw out Pedroia. But fortunately, that ball was caught by Canna and no chance for the run to score.
And you saw how far Canna was off the line.
Yeah, fortunately. And rather take the chance of him catching the ball than Reddick having to throw out the base runner because Pedroia is a pretty good base runner. Barnes could have been a pretty good fastball from this right-hander who will start the 10th for the Red Sox.
So Barnes to face Canna. Canna pinch hit in the 7th inning and struck out. curve just a bit high for Barnes.
Fifth reliever used by John Farrell. If they go to the 11th, the A's will have to use another one. Ball Castro thrown down in the warning track, so time's going to be, well, we're going to get the ball before anybody even knows it.
2-0 to Cannon. And there's a good fastball from Barnes. Barnes was the #1 draft pick of these Boston Red Sox back in 2011. 19th pick overall.
Mark Cannon was trying to go to Berkeley.
Speaking of,
he swung. I mean, talk about liftoff.
and now 3-1.
I think Cannon's familiar with the heavy air at nighttime, the ball not traveling, so he was going to add a little bit extra to it and
swing a little extra hard, which is hard for him because axe is out anyway.
Speaking of swinging hard, we hope okay. Ike Davis, a quad injury, right quad, that he was pressing on when he got to second base after the double.
Big swing on the fastball again. Now it's 3-2.
Shorten up, big guy. Go half swing and still hit it out. Those are pretty good fastballs. If he had been pulling off the 2-0 and the 3-1, might have done something, but he is swinging hard and hope to make contact. And whenever he makes contact, the ball will travel.
So payoff pitch to Cannon. Spoiled a good pitch. Fold and Fegley are the two position players the A's have not used tonight. Back again, this time a fastball inside to Cannon.
Floating with danger, you call a fastball inside. As hard as he's swinging, really kind of helping him by pitching inside, even though he fouled it. But remember, he hit the home run in Minneapolis in the second deck on a fastball down and in on a 2-1 pitch. So if he's swinging big and opening up, you're helping by going inside. Going to go back outside with something.
And he laid off the big curveball, and the leadoff man is on here in the bottom of the 10th.
That's a gutsy call and a great at bat. I mean, you're challenging a hitter with a fastball 3-2. Granted, he's swinging hard. But the bottom line, he swings hard, but a great take on a curveball that wasn't close. And you throw that 3-2, you take the chance of doing exactly that, walking the hitter, especially the go-ahead run in the extra inning.
So here is Laurie to bunt, and pitch called a strike. Lonely down in that Red Sox bullpen. Stephen Wright. And there he is. That's the last man. Bunted foul. So now the count's 0-2, and that always puts the decision on the manager. Do you keep the bunt play on?
Probably not.
Probably not. Assistant athletic trainer Walt Horn with the beanie on. And it is that kind of night. It's chilly. There's Walt. Could have been a strike. Whew.
Well, you talk about a perfectly thrown pitch on the corner, evidently just a little bit low, and Dick Carapazza thought it was too low. Barnes did not. Canada has excellent speed, and that's the good part. at first base. You can almost tell when the catcher moves inside that it's going to be a throw over to first base. I don't know whether it's a left-handed hitter to move inside, trying to see what a runner might be doing. In this case, twice now. Young man has moved inside. Is he doing it again? Do they throw over again? Nope, they're going to throw this time.
High in the air to shallow center. Mookie Betts has it. So Laurie is retired. 1 out. And that'll bring up Simeon. Simeon with the big day yesterday. 3 hits and a couple of home runs. Quiet tonight though, 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. So the average just a shade under 300. Sogard in the on-deck circle. First pitch is low from Matt Barnes.
Swihart has done a very good job blocking balls in the dirt. That one was a backhand, which sometimes a little bit dangerous when a pitch down, but the young man seems to know how to handle pitchers and especially blocking balls in the dirt.
Well, there must be something special about him, because everything you read is that if the Red Sox want to get Cole Hamels, they'll have to give up this kid, and they're not really excited about giving him up.
Didn't they say that about Taijuan Walker? But no, that's, I mean, you get a catcher that can catch the way he does, switch hitter, and swings the bat well.
Pretty good combination. So 1-2 the count.
Good curveball, go opposite field if you're looking for it, and there's not.
Barnes ahead of the count. Canna inches off. And a fastball up and in. And they say yes, he did go around. The Red Sox are yelling at Carapazza from the dugout. Carapazza didn't check right away. And now he's taking his mask off, so he's letting everybody know that he's in charge.
Now batting second baseman.
Swihart evidently thought it was a swing, which it was, and he didn't ask for the appeal either. Not a body movement, but that was Larry Vanover making the call at first, the first base umpire.
Runner goes. Throw to second base is not in time. But perfect throw from Swihart right on the bag, but Canna got a very good jump.
So it's going to say exactly right. You could see him taking off without any help at all. Barnes with a high leg kick. Watch this throw by Swihart. This is as perfect a throw right on the bag. And the young man can throw, and maybe just enough of a little hop at the shortstop's Bogarts had to catch it, and he came up just enough as the hand got down on the bag, and you see the umpire staying with just in case, as Bogarts kept the tag on Canna in case he overslid the bag. He did not. Tell you what, that is a strong throw by the young man.
So now a base hit, and the A's could win it. 0-1 the count to Sogard. Now it's 1-1. Close pitch.
And now look at your outfield, Kite.
Very shallow.
So Canna, take a look around, no hesitation, and get moving. Any contact, get a big lead, because they're not going to hold you. Get a big lead and take off. Man throws behind you, take off to third anyway.
1 out of Sogard. Sogard's 2 for 4. He's had 13 hits in the game.
Remember, with 1 out game recently, that Canna was at second, and he hesitated on a line drive to center field, was not able to score. Turned out to be a big run. But now with 2 outs, you don't have to worry about where the outfielders are. Just get the big lead, big jump, and let your third base coach tell you what to do.
He's looking for their first walk-off win of the year. Sogard got a big curveball and rolls it past Ty Waller down the first base line. So 2-2 the count. As you see the defensive set with the outfield shifted toward left center and very shallow.
The magic wand going for Eric Sogard.
And he popped it up one after a high pitch. Sogard's backpedaling. He's got inside retired. So the A's got a leadoff walk. Takana could not score, and we're going to the 11th inning. It's a 4-4 game. Red Sox, Drew Pomeranz and Justin Masterson. Our coverage begins at 6:30 with A's pregame live, and you'll get complete A's coverage every night on Sportsnet Central and CSNCalifornia.com. The home of A's baseball is Comcast Sportsnet. So that's tomorrow night. Pomeranz and the big right-hander Justin Masterson. A couple of big fellas pitching tomorrow.
A big fella pitching now for the Athletics.
Right. And El Castro.
That's right. Saw him make his debut in Seattle. He was excited. Good fastball from the right-hander. Trying to do something even more special tonight.
Maybe he could get a win, huh?
Yeah. And you know what? He's facing Sandoval. They kind of look like each other.
They do.
There's similarities.
They've eaten at the same restaurants, maybe. So here is Sandoval with Angel Castro taking over. Actually, I think Pablo's got him by a little bit.
Yeah, he's got him a little bit.
Sandoval is 0 for 4. And he was trying to go 1 for 5, but he swung at a pitch down and in.
Does that mean Castro will be the baby panda?
That's right.
First of all, this is a good pitch. Slider in the dirt. Sandoval not looking for anything but a straight fastball, and he got a wrinkle.
And now it's 0-2. That one was a pretty good pitch to hit.
But at 94, so the slider in the dirt, fastball up at 94, and I don't think Sandoval's ever seen a pitch he didn't like.
And that's a shot right field, read it to the wall. An 0-2 pitch, Sandoval homers and the Red Sox lead. A line shot just over the wall.
So when you have an aggressive hitter, things like that can happen. He may not have seen a strike in the 3 pitches, but the one he did hit left the yard in a heartbeat. They wanted it up. It went in. Chest high. And Reddick hit the wall, but this ball hit the wall behind the wall and came back. And that was a clothesline rope.
So 4th home run of the year for Pablo Sandoval, and it's a big one.
Well, you miss location sometimes when you try to throw too hard. You have an aggressive hitter. When you overthrow, you're throwing it right into his powerhouse.
This is Jackie Bradley Jr. who's hitting for the first time.
Reddick an effort, but man, that ball was.
And now 3-0 to Bradley with Bogaerts waiting in the on-deck circle. And a 4-pitch walk. So that's 6 walks issued by A's pitchers tonight. They have struck out 4. Otero and Rodriguez are the 2 pitchers that have not been used tonight. It's got to be tough to get your concentration back after you jump ahead of a hitter 0-2, extra innings, tie game, and then you give
now batting number 2, Xander Bogaerts.
So here's Bogaerts. Bogaerts is 2 for 4, 2 singles and a run scored. Bogaerts is hitting in the 8th spot. And it's bunted, and Canna picks it up, and Canna will throw to first. So a sacrifice by Bogaerts, and the Red Sox trying to add an insurance run. And you may be thinking, well, you already got the lead, but you know, we've said many times, boy, that second run.
That's right.
If it's just from a pitch selection standpoint in the bottom of the inning, having a 2-run lead can make a big difference.
Yep. Well, that's what the A's are trying to avoid for sure, because they have experienced that. And there's the homestand, last in which the Astros ended up scoring 3 after the A's had tied it in the 10th or the 9th. And in the 10th, they scored 3. The A's came back with 2, but that extra run ended up being a big one.
First pitch to Swihart is up and away. Swihart is 2 for 4. Swihart a single and a double. Takes a fastball there at 93 miles an hour for a strike.
And you look at this young man who, as we have seen, a very good player. Came into the game hitting .091. He's got 2 hits and 2 runs scored, hitting 9th. And if you're in the lineup, you've got a chance to get some hits, and tonight he has done that and helped his club score 2, especially turn the batting order back at the top. And he's actually done something tonight already that Henry Ramirez has not done all season. That's get something other than a home run for an extra base hit.
That's true.
10 home runs for Ramirez. He does not have a double or a triple, but he's got the 10 long ones. He will have plenty of the other ones before the season's over.
Curve struck him out. So that's the second out. This is the damage done in this inning by the Red Sox. 1 swing.
I think anybody ever told Sandoval to be patient? I mean, the way he swings the bat and the way he can have plate coverage, really anything, any pitch. And when he swung at the side of the first pitch, I'm going to say If you can bounce the ball, keep bouncing.
Yep. Here's Mookie Betts, 6th at bat for Betts. He's 2 for 5.
But you know, usually your fastball is the pitch that you control the best. You try to throw a breaking ball in the dirt, and maybe Castro did it in the first pitch unintentionally, but it turned out to be a great pitch because he was aggressive. But usually your fastball is your better controlled pitch, but not when you overthrow it, as he did when Bolt wanted it way outside. He ended up throwing it in the middle of the plate.
Well, there's no such thing as a hanging fastball.
No. Reddick, this is such a line drive, and I mean it was such a line drive that Reddick thought maybe he had a chance to catch it, and you talk about banging into the wall. He's just reacquired Matt Carson. He of the center field wall.
He of that famous moment. Poor Matt Carson. Can't live that down.
And thankfully that wall is padded in center field because he hit as hard as anybody. Well, other than George Springer. Springer crashed in the wall in Houston and made the catch surprisingly or unbelievably able to hang on.
So 2-0 to Betts. Castro trying to get the A's back in the dugout. Red Sox lead 5-4. Here's a strike inside corner. 94 miles an hour from Castro. Angel Castro. And that's a ball. So now it's 3-1. Castro a little frustrated with Pedroia in the on-deck circle. So Betts will be ready to let her rip on 3-1. He's got good power for a guy who's not real big. Foul to the right side, and now a full count.
Yeah, I always want to see a hitter to be aggressive, try to drive in a run, especially second base, but you also have to realize, pretty good hitter in the on-deck circle too, that you don't have to be overly aggressive. So Castro really trying to get Betts out instead of facing the veteran Pedroia, who's had many opportunities like this.
Fastball is high, and it's another walk.
Going to have to get him now, and that's not an easy chore, and especially with the guy in the on-deck circle. It goes beyond this, but the problem with Pedroia's not that tall, and you're pitching up and out of the strike zone.
Number 15, Dustin Pedroia.
Pedroia's got pretty good plate coverage as well. So Castro trying to keep it to just 1-run deficit.
For the Red Sox, their bullpen's quiet, so Matt Barnes will try to get the final 3 outs. First pitch to Pedroia, slider for a strike. A's will have the top of the order up in the 11th. Burns, Crisp, and Reddick. Pedroia does not have a hit tonight, but he's been all over the place. He's been on base 3 times. He's scored a run, and he's got an RBI. And as I said, he's not had a hit. I believe the Red Sox are 9th in the league in runs scored so far this year. The lineup that they have. Got to believe that will improve as the season goes on. They have not hit well with runners in scoring position.
Well, good fastball outside corner, and really nothing more than a 4-seam fastball hit in the corner. Barely. If you look at the inning in which he scored from first on the base hit by Ortiz, if the inning had gone the way it did, he wouldn't have scored. He'd been stranding at third base. So his aggressiveness running and
up the middle. Sogard dives, he's got it, and now they're going to throw behind Bradley, and he is out. What a play by Sogard. Heads up play by Sogard. Makes the diving play and then looks immediately to third base. And Jackie Bradley just rounded too far. So that is a great defensive play by Sogard to end the inning. Unfortunately, the Sandoval home run gives the Red Sox the lead.
You always want to see an infielder dive as Sogard did, and immediately, like you said, to look at third base, and he bounced the ball, but forced the bounce out in front enough that he could handle it. And you know, the young man rounding third base, and he looked, but looked a little bit too late at Brian Butterfield. He rounded the bag and then look, watch this. He looks, and Butterfield tried to hold him up. And Butterfield did his job, but as a runner, you have to pick up the third base coach before you hit the bag. In the event, Sogard makes the play that he just made, a great play, and that could turn out to be a huge run because he waited to see what Bradley did. He was trying to get back, one hop to Laurie, and he gets him at third base. And so the aggressiveness by Bradley may have cost him, and the A's hope that that aggressiveness with David Ortiz due to come up following Pedroia. Instead, he goes to the outfield as Bradley, and the A's will try to make it hurt him.
So it goes as a hit for Pedroia. So it's 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the 11th, and as expected, Matt Barnes stays out there. He's the 6th reliever, so they only have one more left. But Sandoval the hero as of right now with the solo home run to make it 5-4.
Oh, but the biggest thing, that out recorded there could have been huge. That man right there, if Bradley is not overly aggressive around third, Billy Davis talking to Big Papi, and that could have been David Ortiz at the plate. With the bases loaded and 2 outs, instead he's in the dugout, and he's hope the next time they see him is tomorrow night as a DH after coming behind tonight. But it's going to take at least one to tie to keep it going.
So Burns steps in against Barnes. These have not had a hit in the last 3 innings. They have had a couple base runners, a couple of walks. First pitch is popped up foul. Sandoval hustles after it. He won't get it. So 0-1 the count to Burns, who is 2 for 5. He's got a single, a double, and he has scored a run. So really Burns continues to hit.
Now the double that basically was a ground ball up the middle towards right center, almost past him, and been nice to see that happen to score a run because the next hitter, Coco Crisp, lined out. The great play by Napoli, which still right now looms as a very large play by the Red Sox. But the thing about Burns, if one thing he can do, he seems to be making outs in the air. And he needs to hit the ball on the ground and line drive, which he did in the double that he hit a couple of bats ago. See, that's not going to happen. Nothing like that's going to turn out to be good when they hit the ball in the air like that. And he's kind of opening up and dragging the bat through, and as a result, hitting the ball in the air instead of getting on top and driving the ball.
So 1 away, and let's get a better look at that, Ray.
And let's not forget that he is he's turned into a switch hitter. As we talked about earlier, a couple of hitters for the Red Sox abandoning switch hitting, but Billy Burns has helped himself by hitting or learning to hit left-handed, especially closer to first base.
Coco skies one to shallow right. Pedroia is under it. He's got it. So that's out number 2, and Coco is 0 for 6.
And unfortunately 0 for 15. 2015. Still trying to get his first win. Could have had it, but unfortunately a great play by Mike Napoli robbed him of at least a double and 2 runs batted in.
So now it's up to Reddick. Reddick has done a nice job tonight. 2 singles, 2 walks, and a fly ball to left field. So he's been on base 4 times. Good for the on-base percentage. Toward left, right at Ramirez. This should do it. So the Boston Red Sox take game 1 of the series. Pablo Sandoval with a solo home run in the top of the 11th inning. And that was the difference in the game. So the struggles continue for the Athletics. They have now lost 6 in a row, and they are 12-22 on the season. The win for the Red Sox gets their record to 15-17. Final score in 11 innings, the Boston Red Sox 5, the Oakland A's 4. You've been watching A's Baseball on Comcast Sportsnet California. Don't go away. A's postgame live with Brody Brazil and Shooty Babbitt starts right now.